Alright, so welcome to Modern Philosophy. I know we're running a little behind on schedule, so I'm going to move us forward. The first thing that I want to go over is the reading we did from Michel de Montaigne. I'm not really French. My last name is French, but I don't really know how to say this in French. Montaigne. He was before Descartes, so this is a predecessor, and actually I think a good influence. Good in the sense of like a noteworthy influence on Descartes. So Montaigne had a very cultured background. He was considered to be one of the most important thinkers from the French Renaissance period. Montaigne does not ever write a systematic work. Instead, he writes these little essays. And this sort of created a brand new genre of writing. One of the things, we're going to talk more about what that means in a moment. Another thing that's interesting is about his skepticism. And if you remember, I know you read this maybe 3 weeks ago, but he's got a very kind of skeptical angle on a number of different things in life. And the question is, and we're going to revisit this, is why? What was his aim in being skeptical? Then, the other thing to think about is to look for his influence on Descartes. And so as we look at these things in Montaigne, see how these things might link up with what Descartes is doing. A little more about his background. His father, Michel Eyquem, was a wealthy merchant. In some of his memoirs, Montaigne describes him as the best father who ever was. Very sweet. His mom, Antoinette, came from a wealthy family. And if you think about it, back in this time, you really didn't get a good education unless you came from a pair of very wealthy parents. As an infant, so this is kind of weird about his life, his dad had him live with a poor family in order to cultivate a devotion to, quote, that class of men that needs our help. So his parents sent him off to be raised by a bunch of poor people in order so that he would have this like fondness for the poor. As a young child, he was taught Latin as his native tongue and did not hear French until the age of 6. Once again, that's kind of an odd thing. Like, nobody really spoke Latin in their everyday lives. Later in life, he developed a strong friendship with Etienne Le Boetie. Once again, I don't know how to say these words. If anybody's like a French major, anybody speak French? Know how to put the accents on the right syllables? Well, she had a very meaningful influence on his life, and she ended up dying in 1563, though. And in 1565, he married François de la Chassagne, and they had 6 children. However, only one, named Lenore, survived infancy. This is kind of interesting with Descartes. When you're talking about his life, his daughter also died young. This is not an uncommon thing in this period. I mean, life expectancy and medical care are things that were very different back then compared to what they are today. And it's important to think about these influences and what their world looked like as you look at their philosophy and how that might differ from the way we even think about what is valuable and important in life. Montaigne made a living by being a magistrate and a mayor. One of the things he was trying to do is create peace between Catholics and Protestants. The Protestant Reformation began in 1517. So by this time we have full, separation of countries and religions, and people aren't really sure what to do. Montaigne was trying to say that this is okay, like we can still be friends, there's no need for us to go to war over these sorts of things. So what we're reading is an excerpt from the essays. And the essays can be translated as to tempt, to test, to attempt, to experiment, to exercise. So think about these essays. What are they trying to do here? It's maybe, and this is what a lot of people think about Montaigne's writing. He's not writing necessarily to tell you what to think. he's really writing in order just to get you to think. So he's trying to write provocative pieces that when you read them, you respond to them. You don't just say, oh, that makes a lot of sense, I agree with you, but you go, what? How is that so? Well, what did he say about this, or what about that? That should be your reaction as you read these things. So maybe what he's trying to do here is he's putting together writings that are supposed to bring out from you what's within. As I said, these are not systematic, meaning they don't go through things in sort of a logical order and cover and explain or discuss everything. All it is sort of a haphazard collection of thoughts on this idea, then that idea. And in fact, you get a little bit of that sense even from what we read in our selection from our text. He says that the goals of this are to promote self-knowledge and reflection, to cultivate judgment, to explain his own strange life. And it came out in 3 editions. This was also reflected in your text, where the regular edition, what was in the first edition is just the text you find. The second edition that came out in 1588 has 1 set of brackets around it, and then what came out in 1595 had 2 sets of brackets around it. So that's what all that stuff meant, if you remember from the reading. So here's actually, this is kind of cool. I found a copy of what the essays, this is an original first edition face of the essays. The themes that I want you to be thinking about as we go through this piece are his skepticism, and once again the question is, what is the purpose of his skepticism? Why was he raising skeptical questions? The second has to do with how the changing subject, meaning not like subject matter, but like you as the knowing subject, how that affects the possibility of knowledge. And looking ahead, as I keep saying, look for how this is going to influence Descartes. Any questions about that material before we... This is all prelude to diving into the text. What we're reading is a selection of the essays. The title of it is An Apology for Raymond Sebond. Years before he wrote the essays, Montaigne was asked by his father to translate Raymond Sebond's work of natural theology. What is natural theology? Natural theology is trying to use reason to establish certain truths about religion, in particular that there is a God. So this book is supposed to be a... and the word apology, you need to remember, if any of you read Plato's Apology? Anybody read the Apology in their Intro to Philosophy or anything else? When Plato wrote the Apology, it's a speech that Socrates gives in his defense in court. The word apology just means a defense. So notice, one thing, this is an apology. He's not like apologizing that Raymond Sebond wrote this work. He's writing a defense of Raymond Sebond. Now, this is very confusing because you might wonder, how can this radical skepticism that we find in the essay be a defense of religious dogma? How can skepticism support religious belief? We often think of skeptics as being opposed to people who believe in religion. We'll see what we might come up with at the end of our discussion of this work. One of the big themes that we're going to look at right now is the theme of how appearance differs from reality. Appearance is one thing, the reality is a different thing. So let's open up your book. If you have it, let's turn to page 5. We're going to be doing a lot of this sort of thing where I say, open up your book, let's look at this page. So if you don't, you need to bring your book in order to be prepared for class. Bring it with you. And I just want to read out loud our first 2 paragraphs here and talk about this. So he says, this discussion has brought me to the consideration of the senses, in which we find the greatest foundation and proof of our ignorance. Whatever is known is doubtless known by the faculty of the knower. For since judgment comes from the faculty of the person judging, it is logical that he performs this act by his own powers and his own will, not through the constraint of another, as would be the case if we knew things by the power of their essence and according to its law. But all knowledge is conveyed to us by the senses. They are our masters. For by this way the paved path of belief leads straightest into the heart of man and the temples of his mind. Knowledge begins through them and is resolved into them being the senses still. After all, we would not know more than a stone if we did not know that there is sound, smell, light, taste, measures, weight, softness, hardness, sharpness, color, smoothness, size, and depth. Here is the platform and principle of the whole structure of knowledge. And according to some, knowledge is nothing else but sensation. He who could push me into contradicting the senses would have me by the throat. He could not push me further back. The senses are the beginning and the end of human knowledge. You will find that the idea of truth is derived first from the senses and that the senses cannot be challenged. What should be thought more certain than sense? Let me ask you, looking at that passage, what role does he give to the senses in acquiring knowledge? Yeah.
The basis of us gaining knowledge are our senses.
He's pretty much saying that everything must come through there. What do y'all think about that?
I have to agree, because that's the only way. If I can't hear you, then that's how we learn. Like, we can't touch something, we don't know what it feels like.
You got to see it, you got to taste it, you got to touch it.
Mm-hmm. Our senses give us the experience that we need.
Good. So they give us the experiences we need. Well, this is going to be a problem because, as you can see the subject heading, right, if you look at the top of page 5, what's he going to argue? That the senses are inadequate. So let's take a look at the bottom right paragraph, and let's now see where he's going to do now. He says, the first consideration I have on the subject of the senses is that I doubt that man is provided with all the natural senses. I see a number of animals that live a complete and perfect life, some without sight, others without hearing. Who knows if 1, 2, 3, or more other senses are lacking in us also? For if some sense is lacking, our reasoning cannot discover the defect. It is the privilege of the senses to be the extreme limit of our awareness. There is nothing beyond them that can help us discover them, no more than one sense can discover another. What do you think he's saying here? Zach?
The senses don't provide us with enough knowledge, the knowledge that we need. It kind of would go to appearance versus reality, that the senses allow us to see or feel what's right in front of us, but that might not always be the truth. It might limit us.
What is he saying is missing? You're right that there's something deficient and lacking, but what is he concerned about that we might be missing out on in this passage? Will?
An unknown sense that we're not aware of. Like the other animals that might be lacking some sense of sight, they might have some other senses that we just don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, we look at a worm, and this poor worm, it has no eyes. But the worm, we might think, perceives reality in some way. And we say, poor worm, you don't see the reality like we see it because we've got eyes. Well, what if there's some other creature out there that's more advanced than us? And they look at us, and they've got like some other way of perceiving the world, some way we can't even fathom or imagine. They might look at us and say, oh, you poor silly humans. You think that you're understanding the way the world is, but you don't see it completely. How do you know that's not the case with us? Why think that, I mean, isn't that kind of prideful to think of that we would have every way of knowing the world, we would have all the right senses that inform us about the way reality is? How do you know there isn't some, as they say, sixth sense out there that we don't know about? Can you prove that we have it all? So one of the first things is that even if our senses help us, they don't give us everything we need to know. He thinks that we don't, at least he says, it's possible we don't have all the senses that there are. But even worse is that given the senses we have, there are some things that we can't even discover what would be missing. Think about the way like a bat perceives the world. Bats, well, some of them actually do have eyes, but many of them are blind. But they fly and navigate the world just fine. How do bats navigate the world? Yes.
Through song.
They let out these high-pitched shrieks. And the high-pitched frequencies bounce off things, and it sort of creates like a sonar effect, where they're able to perceive, maybe I shouldn't even put scare quotes, they perceive the world in a way that they can like fly, and through intricate tunnels and pathways, they can catch small insects with it. Clearly, there's some sensory information that is associated with their sonar pitches, but what that is like is beyond our imagination. We can't even begin to fathom what it's like to be a bat. Maybe that's a more accurate way to perceive the world. Here's something he brings up on the next page. You can look at it if you like. This, by the way, may have been related to one of the essay questions that you could have written on for today's class, right? So he says, it is impossible to make a man blind by nature understand that he does not see. It's impossible to make him want sight and regret his lack. Anybody write about this essay question? Anybody want to talk about how you answered it? Yeah?
I was basically saying that, I don't even know. If I wrote, like, if we take the senses as our base for knowledge, what I perceive can be something different than another person perceives the same thing to be.
Mm-hmm.
And like if I like colors, for instance, like I've had arguments with people like that's blue, and they're like, no, that's purple. So I wrote about something like that, and like saying basically like neither of us are wrong. It's just like how we perceive things. If someone's blind and I'm explaining to someone, oh my God, this is so pretty, they're not going to be like, oh, I wish I could see. They just don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know what they're missing, basically.
That's good. Other thoughts on this? Mm-hmm.
It basically says like you can't regret something that you never experienced or that you never had. So if someone has never seen, you can't make them want to see because they don't know what that is. They have no concept.
Yeah, somebody who's born blind, they even know. When you say, now picture a red apple, can they do that? Somebody who's born deaf, if you could have them, you can't say it to them, but have them read something that says, imagine middle C, that note. Can somebody born deaf picture or imagine middle C? What happens in this passage with the man that he talks about here? This is on what he talks about, this gentleman of the good family. It's kind of funny. I don't know. We feel a little weird, I think, laughing about somebody with a born disability. But what is he saying is going on in that passage? Yeah.
The man goes about life as if he can see. He kind of like perceives from what people have told him what sight would be like, so he acts as if he isn't suffering, or he doesn't have blindness, he isn't blind.
Yeah, so somebody puts a newborn child in his arms, what does he say?
He said, look at how pretty the face is, or something like that.
Why does he do that?
I think he's saying that he's still expressing like the beauty of the child through something else, like just being around it. Maybe it's pretty good for him. He's experiencing it through some other way.
That would be really nice. Maybe that's true. I don't think it's what Montaigne means, but that's a really nice way to think of it. Yeah, Zach?
He was trying to respond, I feel like, the way he thought somebody with sight would respond, of kind of just overdoing it with the visual aspect of it, because he is blind. He kind of overdoes the visual aspect of it.
He's trying to fit in, right? He's faking it. Well, once again, maybe when we are trying to get at reality, and we're trying to describe the way things really are, maybe we really have no clue what we're talking. We're like the blind man here, and we fake it.
That's kind of what that's kind of like the argument that I went with at the end of the essay. Like I said, I agreed with that. We are, like, in a way, like a slave almost to our senses, and we kind of perceive reality that way. And in the story of the blind man, I think what he was trying to get at was that being blind was his defect, but that was just the way to show that we're all defective. Even though we're not blind, we might be blind to what is actually reality.
I think something like that's very much what Montaigne wants you to think, that if you're laughing at the blind man, it's okay because we're all the blind man. According to Montaigne, that our attempts to understand reality may just be very much like him. We're going through life and we're just trying to make it work. Yeah.
Like, I kind of connected to like religion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can't see a lot of aspects in like different faiths, but people just believe it anyway.
Well, this is where it really connects to this work, right? That this is about this defense of natural theology, this defense of God. Maybe so. Forget when we talk about the physical world. That's one thing. Now let's talk about what do you know about God? And you start saying, well, God is omniscient, He's omnipotent, He's all good, He's the creator of the world. Well, how do you know that stuff? How do you know that our language about God is anything remotely like God Himself? That once again, maybe we stand in our knowledge of God is just like the blind man's knowledge of color.
Like, just like him, we don't know anything about it technically, but we imagine that it's like wonderful, just like as blind man imagines that this baby is beautiful.
There's one thing that's really funny in here, I think, where he actually goes shooting with them, and they're like, oh, a little higher, a little lower. I just think it's hilarious to think that he'd actually go like hunting, and he's like completely blind. I mean, we have better gun laws than that. So he's got a better kind of thing to say, though, about the senses. So first of all is this business about how do you know that your senses are complete? How do you know that your senses tell you about are like sufficient to tell you about the nature of reality? How do you know you have all the senses?
Similar.
Yes.
Like you said that they don't have enough, but we have enough because we're like functioning in our world. Just like the earthworm, it doesn't need to see; it can go about its business, not seeing it, and doesn't even worry it. So why should we concern ourselves with these intangible things that we can never even perceive?
So the issue then is, what do we mean by sufficient for what? Sufficient for survival?
What we need to do, yeah.
Sure. But the thing that we really want is sufficient to know the truth,
Right.
to know the way reality really is. Not just how it might be helpful for us to live, but what is it really like?
Okay.
So he has this statement on page 8. This is another kind of skeptical line he takes in here. It says, it is frequently seen that our senses are masters of our reasoning and compel it to receive impressions that it knows and judges to be false. Have you ever experienced anything like that? What do you think he's saying here? Mm-hmm. What would be an example of an optical illusion?
Or a double-sided picture.
Mm-hmm.
Then it looks like one picture.
Yeah, that's good. You ever see something that you thought was way off in the distance and it turned out it was closer, or vice versa? Especially like objects in the sky. Yeah.
Or like a mirage when you're like dehydrated.
Yeah.
You think you're like seeing something, but you're really not.
I
Or your senses like kind of trick on you.
I saw this documentary on Netflix. It's called Titanic: The Last Mystery or something like that. The whole premise of that is that the whole Titanic debacle was largely due to a mirage effect that takes place when the dramatic temperature changes. It's really kind of cool. So maybe, there are things like that take place like mirages. I grew up in Texas. When it gets really hot and you're driving in West Texas, the road off in the distance looks like there's little pools of water, right? But are there pools of water? No, it's just a mirage. Which line is longer, the top line or the bottom line? How many of you say the top line? How many say the bottom? How many of you don't know the answer to this? This is the famous Miller-Lyer illusion. Now, you're inclined to believe that the top one is longer, right? But pay attention. I'm going to take the little arrows off the side. They're the exact same length. It's an optical illusion. But your senses incline you to think the top one is longer than the bottom. They're the same length. Here's another kind of optical illusion. You're inclined to think that there are sort of like two triangles in this top left picture. Your mind almost fills in, so to speak, lines for that. And in this bottom right picture, you're inclined to think that there is a square here. But there's no square. In the bottom right one, all there are these like four little Pac-Man things here. There's no square here. Sometimes our senses mislead us into thinking there's something there that isn't there. And this one's cool. You're inclined to think something's spinning or moving on this picture. But nothing is moving. They're all standing still. Whenever you stare at one, it stops moving, and then the ones in your peripherals appear to be moving. Your senses deceive you. In this famous drawing, look at tiles A and B. Is A darker than B? You know that I'm going to trick you, so you don't want to answer. But guess what? A and B are the exact same color. Look at this. It's pretty cool. These are the kinds of things Montaigne was worried about. He's afraid, well, maybe that's the wrong word. He's concerned that our senses mislead us, and they mislead us often. But if we go all the way back to what he said in the very beginning, what role do the senses play in giving us knowledge? They're the most important thing in telling us about the way the world is. If our senses can't be relied upon, if they have all these problems, maybe we should be a little more humble about our understanding of, what we can claim to know. So another kind of theme here is then trying to move from, suppose we do take our senses as somewhat reliable. Here's another problem. Our senses can only tell us about the way things appear to be. They can't really tell us the essence or the nature of the things that we are perceiving. On page 10, he has this old example of of saliva and sea hairs. So, look at the very bottom, the very bottom right on page 10. I'm going to start actually the second to last paragraph there. It says, if the senses are our first judges, it is not only our own senses that must be called to counsel, for in regard to this faculty, animals have as much of a claim as we do, or even more. It is certain that some have more acute hearing than man, others sight, others feeling, others touch, others taste. Democritus said that gods and beasts have sensitive faculties much more perfect than man. Our saliva cleans and dries our wounds, it kills the snake. And in these things there is a difference and disagreement so great that what is food to one is to the other biting poison. Often indeed a snake, touched by human saliva, dies, and puts an end to itself by gnawing its own body. What quality do we assign to the saliva? According to us, or according to the snake? By which of the two senses shall we verify the true essence of it that we are seeking? Pliny says that in the Indies there are certain sea hares that are poison to us, and we to them, so that we kill them simply by our touch. Which is truly poison, the man or the fish? Which shall we believe, the fish of the man or the man of the fish? So here's another kind of issue here. Our senses only tell us how things appear to me. This is kind of related to whoever brought up the thing with color. That, you know, we can talk about what is the color. Well, this probably would go over pretty well being brown. But there are certain colors that we might have different judgments about. Is it really blue? Is it really purple? Is it violet? Is it navy? That maybe it appears one way to one person, it appears another way to another person. You don't know what things are really like, you just know what it appears to be like to be you. And this is going to be kind of a theme for Descartes as well, this difference between appearance and essence. When we talk about the essence of something, we want to know what it is in itself. We want to know what makes it what it is. And presumably whatever makes it what it truly is not just what's on the surface. What you see about me is not what I truly am as a person. You just see, you know, my clothes and my hair and my skin. But you don't see the essence of me. And for that same reason, when you experience something like water, which you probably think is in here, could be vodka, but all that we experience, or all that you can experience, is the way it looks to you. And if you take a drink from it, you feel it. But you don't know what is the real essence of this stuff. You just know how it appears. On page 12 he says, "Now, since our condition accommodates things to itself and transforms them according to itself, we no longer know what things are in truth. For nothing comes to us except as falsified and altered by our senses." So we no longer have the ability to know what something truly is in itself, he is saying. We just know the way it appears to us. One last skeptical concern, and then we'll have a little bit of discussion about what the whole point is. This is sometimes called the problem of the criterion. And he puts it this way on page 13. To judge appearances that we receive from subjects, we would need a judicatory instrument. To verify that instrument, we would need a demonstration. To verify the demonstration, an instrument. Here we are going around in a circle. The problem of the criterion highlights this question. How do we know that our sensory faculties are reliable? You can do it. This is sort of the way this is played out in philosophy. You can go with the methodology, and that's where you say, I've got some method that is reliable. So whatever I do following the method will give me reliable beliefs. But the question is, if you're just starting with a method, how do you know the method gives you reliable beliefs? You're just coming up with some plan out of thin air. You might start with the particular beliefs. So you might say, here are a bunch of things I know to be the case. I definitely know, who my parents are, where I parked my car, my phone number. And then you say things like, okay, what do all these particular cases of knowledge have in common? What makes them knowledge? But of course, the question then becomes, how do you really know that those particular things are genuine cases of knowledge? Seems like whichever way you're going to have to beg the question against the other. You can't... Trying to figure out a way to prove your sensory faculties are reliable is going to inevitably end up in a circular problem. So that you... Think about it this way. If I came up with some methodology and it ruled out all of your beliefs, you might say there's something wrong with my methodology. Which means that you really don't just use a pure methodology. You have to use a methodology that's balanced by the right kinds of particular cases that prove it. To which we then want to say, then you have to presuppose your conclusion informing your method. Same thing goes with the particulars. If you started with the particulars, you would be, if I used a bunch of the things that you think are not safe assumptions, if I said, here are things I'm going to start with, my belief that God is an octopus, that I am able to become invisible if I wanted to, and I also know that the world is going to end, in 2015. You would say, well, those are all bad examples of particular things that you know, because nobody's going to think those things are really things that you know. So, how do you know which particulars to begin with? I guess you must have some actual methodology in your background that you're relying on to pick the right particular cases. So, that's the problem with the criterion. How do you get this whole thing started? Questions about this one? The very last thing that he raises has to do with this thing about the subject and the object of knowledge being constantly changing. Let me see if we want to read all of this. Let's start actually. Let's look at the one on page 14. So look on 14, the top right. I'm going to actually start on the very bottom left. So look on the bottom left where he says, and consequently. Let's just pick up right there and see what he's saying. And consequently, the senses deceive us and lie to us by nature, taking what appears for what is, for lack of knowing what it is, that is. But what is it then that truly is? What is eternal? That is, what has never been born, will never have an end. Time never brings it any change. For time is a mobile thing, which appears in shadow, as in a shadow, with matter always running and flowing without ever remaining stable or permanent. Anything to which the words before and after has been and will be is applied shows on the face of it that it is not a thing that is. For it would be great stupidity and a very obvious falsehood to say that that thing is which is not yet in being or has already ceased to be. As to the words present, instant, now, by which it seems we chiefly support and found our awareness of time, when reason discovers it, it destroys everything on the spot. For it immediately splits and divides it into future and past, as if it wanted necessarily to see it cut in two. The same thing happens to the nature that is being measured as to the time that measures it. For there is nothing here that either remains or that is subsistent, but all things there are born, or being born, or dying. So, there's kind of two questions to think about in this quote. One is, what does he say makes something really true? Like, how do you know what knowledge of something, of what it really is like? What kind of thing, what would you have to know about it? And then the second thing is, how come we fail to have knowledge of things on that standard? So what do you think? What is he saying characterizes like true knowledge of a thing? This is what he's saying in the bottom left mainly here. Yeah.
Something that's eternal.
An eternal truth. So something that doesn't change. Like if you were to say of me that, that Dr. DePoe, you can't call me that, has brown hair. That might be true of me now, but if you knew me when I was 6 years old, my hair was like bleach blonde. I was one of these kids that had that like really fine blonde hair. So you wouldn't be saying something that was truly eternal, like an eternal truth about me. You'd be saying something that was just tangentially about me. To say something that was really a truth about me, you'd have to say something about me that was not just about me right now, but something that's true of me for all time. And that goes for anything. So we tend, how do you know? So then, let me put it this way. What is the problem with this now? If that's our standard for having knowledge of things, why do we fail to have it according to him?
Things are constantly changing.
Things are constantly changing, so at least here's the way to put it, is that our perception of things is constantly changing. If there is some kind of underlying stable reality to me as an individual, you don't see that. You see the fluctuating changes on the surface. What else does he say? That's good. This is the stuff about past, present, future, how in a moment we split things. What is he getting at with that part? Yeah, Will?
Does that have anything to do with like existence? In a split moment you could cease to exist, and then all of the knowledge about you would then also cease to exist?
I don't think he's thinking about the subject, like the knowing subject splitting. He's thinking about when you say you know something of that thing, in that moment you split that thing by making a claim about it. What are we doing how does that work?
It was like we start claiming that it's in the past, and like you're never going to revisit that same exact moment again.
So our knowledge of things, or our claims to knowledge of things, is time indexed. Like so it's a similar kind of point, but like when we say we know that something is this way, it immediately makes a claim about the way it is at this point. We divide it now into the past and then the future, because it could always be different. Like we say, we think we know of things that are certain, like the inverse square law, which is just the law of gravitational attraction between masses. But that only applies to things that we have observed up till now. Tomorrow it may be different. It may just be the inverse square law. It operates this way until February 14th, 2014, and then for whatever reasons it shifts. The magnetic poles on the Earth, they shift. Why can't the law of gravity change? Our knowledge of things is just about what it's like at that time. So the other quote that we didn't read on page 13 focuses on the fact that we change. That the subject who is making these observations, who is perceiving the world, is changing. And for that reason our knowledge is unstable. And then what we just read on page 14 is highlighting more the fact that the world itself, the object of knowledge, is constantly changing. And that thereby, since these things are constantly moving, we never get that eternal perspective on things. Knowledge is unattainable. So what's Montaigne's point? I don't have any more buttons to push on this slide. There's nothing that will come up here. So there's not like a right answer. I kind of want to fish for some ideas from you. What do you think he's trying to say in this? Why is this piece called The Apology for Raymond Sebon?
I think he's trying to get you to realize that you can't think of anything that is eternal, therefore you can't think of besides God. So he's trying to prove that since God is the eternal, it's the only thing you can really have knowledge of, or that is true.
But how could we have knowledge of God through our failing senses, our shifting perspective? Almost you might say that how does he want to preserve knowledge of God? Something like this is alluded to at the very end here, which is interesting. Yeah.
Would that go back to how the senses are going back to appearance versus reality, and how the senses can be deceiving, and not always what we see or feel are actually reality, and it kind of goes into you can't see God, but that might be our defect, that might be our blindness, that's a sense that we don't have.
That's part of it, but of course then the question, what y'all are saying is on the right path, but I want to say, but if that's all there is to it, then we shouldn't be able to say we know anything about God. But he wants to say, I think, that we know something about God. How is knowledge of God possible?
Is all of our perceptions aligned? Like, multiple people will have the same perception of an unlimited being.
That would help us if I could get your perspective on things, or anyone else's. I only get my own. That's part of the problem. Yeah?
It's like we take documents that were in the past about God and like what people wrote about them, and we can either perceive this as this is what is true, and we're going to go along with this, or we don't have to. It's up to you. It's like, as a person, you can choose.
There is something to be said about this line of reasoning, too, about that maybe there's a reason why God doesn't reveal everything about himself so plain and obvious to everyone. Maybe God wants to leave room for choice for us. So if God would have made us so that we could have that eternal perspective, maybe that takes away our free will with respect to certain things. That's a possibility here. What else does he say? Anybody? I thought this was a very strange conclusion. I mean, if you look on page 15, those last couple of paragraphs, I guess it starts on 14. Anybody think there was anything kind of, I mean, it just feels out of place almost. Is there a way that we can make sense of how those final paragraphs fit in this whole essay about skepticism? Here's the thought I had, and I'm not a Montaigne scholar. I'm more like of the big guys that we have pictures of on the first slide. Those are the guys I know inside and out. Descartes, I know great. Montaigne, I know I'm shooting from the hip here. But here's one thought I have. Maybe what he's trying to say is he's trying to downgrade the use of reason to know God. That knowing God, maybe according to Montaigne, shouldn't be something that is attained through reason. That reason is maybe the problems that he's facing, Protestant Reformation, people warring and fighting over these things, maybe what he's trying to throw out there is, hey guys, stop using reason to think that you've got the truth of the matter. Maybe the right thing to say is that if there is any knowledge of God, it's just a matter of faith. It's a gift from God. Not something you can reach and aspire to through your own work. It's something that God has to give you. And if that's the way it works, then maybe we should show a lot more humility when we have these arguments and debates about about who's right about God. Is it the Protestants? Is it the Catholics? Is it the Muslims? Is it, all these other groups that were around at this time? That's one thought I had with it. That might be it for Montaigne. Let me go back just one second here. Are there any questions about anything else in the essay? This was like a really super speedy, fast overview of Montaigne. Something I would have liked to have dragged out for like another 45 minutes. Anything else that you wanted to talk about, or anything else from this essay that you think we need to talk about that I didn't go over? Yeah.
About the inverse square law, isn't it? I don't know the proof, but I'm pretty sure it's logically proven, like mathematically. It wouldn't matter if the planets didn't show it; it would still be true within the system it exists within.
It's not a self-evident axiom.
Yeah.
So it's not like an a priori truth that we could demonstrate apart from evidence. So the sense in which it's proven is only in the sense that observationally everything that we have seen in the past conforms to it.
Okay, when you're talking about how it affects like the real world.
Yes.
Okay.
So for all we know, it could all change on Valentine's Day.
Okay. I'm just that.
Yeah.
I was thinking the other way.
Okay. Any other thoughts here?
I just found it interesting the second to last paragraph where it says, who with one single now feels always and there's nothing that is truly real but God alone, without one's being able to say. So it's like the only thing that you can really know is God himself, because he's the only thing that's eternal in nature and that kind of thing.
Yeah. So once again, maybe the theme here is to sort of push down the pridefulness of human reason and elevate the role of faith, or elevate, this other kind of thing that is supposed to be different from human knowledge. The Stoics, which one of the things that happened with Montaigne is he resurfaced, a lot of his writings reflect the rediscovery of ancient skepticism. There were all these ancient skeptics that wrote about skepticism, and their works were lost for a good period, and then they got rediscovered. The Stoics had a very similar kind of outlook. The Stoics believed that one reason we should try to teach people to be skeptical of ideas is that the skepticism is good for us. It keeps us from going to war. It keeps us from executing violence on one another. That we only have those kinds of problems when people say that they know more than they are entitled to say that they know. So a healthy dose of skepticism is maybe good for human nature. And perhaps that's the same kind of idea that Montaigne is doing in this essay. It's pretty neat. Let me talk a little bit. Normally I break our class up into 3 sections, like having 2 breaks. I'm going to, for the sake of time, just push us through about another 20 minutes, if we can bear it. So let's get started talking about Descartes. Here's the usual portrait associated with Descartes. They put Descartes on money. That tells you, I mean, he must be important, right, if you're on money. So Descartes is featured on a lot of different French money. We're going to start talking about his discourse on method. Here is, I think, a copy of one of the first edition covers here, the inside pages. That's cool. A few themes to be looking for as we go through this essay. One is the proper use of reason. Second is reason being the mark of human nature. And third, it's just kind of interesting that this essay fills us in on some of Descartes' own autobiographical story. When you think about scholarship at this period, scholarship was like almost entirely done in Latin. Descartes writes this piece not in Latin, but he writes it in French, a language that was accessible to just about, well, anybody with a basic education. So already that tells you a little bit about his philosophy and the things he's trying to do here. The piece is, as we've said, autobiographical in spots. It explains the way in which he has gone through his own philosophical journey. And we're going to be looking at the role of reason in his method, and at the very end, his argument about animals not having minds, which is a favorite for many people. Let's go ahead and just take a quick look. Let's open up page 25, and let's read this first paragraph, very famous first paragraph. Good sense is the best distributed thing in the world, for everyone thinks himself to be so well endowed with it that even those who are the most difficult to please in everything else are not at all wont to desire more of it than they have. It is not likely that everyone is mistaken in this. Rather, it provides evidence that the power of judging well and of distinguishing the true from the false, which is, properly speaking, what people call good sense or reason, is naturally equal in all men, and that the diversity of our opinions does not arise from the fact that some people are more reasonable than others, but solely from the fact that we lead our thoughts along different paths and do not take the same things into consideration. For it is not enough to have a good mind. The main thing is to apply it well. What's he saying in that passage?
Seems like he's saying that everybody has the same ability of reason. It's just the way they go about reasoning, the path that they choose to go about forming their reasons.
Excellent. So everybody's got it. Reason is something that is common to all humanity. We arrive at different opinions because we take different paths. What is he? There's like a parenthetical statement in here. What does he define reason as? But just pick up on that little gem. What does it mean to have reason or good sense?
Distinguishing the true from the false.
So, this ability to distinguish true from false is what it means to have reason, and everybody's got it. So, good sense or reason is the ability to judge what is true from what is false. If everybody's got it, why are there so many different opinions about the truth of things if we are all equipped with reason? We've already touched on this, which is that people take different paths. People aren't careful about the steps that they take when reasoning. So here are some important implications just from this first passage. One is that reason is an essential mark of humanity. This is a kind of a classical view of human nature. What is the essence of being human? The ancient philosophers, many of them said to be human is to be a rational animal. And Descartes is clearly in that kind of tradition, except there's no animal here. All he's saying is what it means to be human is rationality. Another important thing to think about here is what we might call egalitarianism. The idea that we are equal. That philosophy, therefore, is accessible to all people who are willing to apply their minds to it. Philosophy is not something for an elite few, like the wealthy who can afford the right kind of education. The other book you're required to have for this course, The Women Philosophers of the Modern Era, the editor who wrote that book, she believes that Descartes is she doesn't use this word, but she does kind of think he's like a feminist in a way. Why? Because Descartes says everybody's got reason, that includes the ladies, and furthermore, the way that he does philosophy doesn't require you to come from aristocracy, to come from the right education, the right background. He's just saying, he wants to say this is accessible for everyone. This is actually really, you might think, if you've had some philosophy, which all of you should have had by now, if you're in this class, you might think that this is maybe obvious, that philosophy is the sort of thing that everybody can do. It's an accessible discipline. But that's not the way it was in his time. That it was an elitist kind of thing. It was done by people who had the right parents, who had the right money, who had the right education, and so on. And so it was completely inaccessible to the common person. Descartes once envisions philosophy as being something that is not just for those types. One of the other things we'll look at in part one are the way that he describes his different studies. So this is just kind of an interesting thing to look at, the way that he describes the way he went through his education. He found some things valuable, other things not so valuable. When he talks about poetry or oratory, he talks about that these are the kinds of things that you would do well at or you would excel at if you were gifted in it. You can't really teach people how to be good poets or how to be good speakers. That these are just things you're born with. So he didn't really find that to be very helpful to study poetry, at least how to write poetry, how to deliver speeches, because you're either good at it or you're not. It's a natural capacity, not something you learn through study. Mathematics was something, and this was highlighted in the presentation that was done, that mathematics he loved. He thought mathematics was awesome because he loved the fact that you could start with certain basic givens, postulates, axioms, and with that system, build up absolutely certain conclusions from them. So by following careful proofs that that started with absolutely certain given points, you could realize really interesting conclusions. But however, the problem is pure mathematics, he thought, didn't have much use besides what he calls the mechanical arts or engineering. So that while it's really cool that you can figure out the measure of interior angles of triangles, or the way that parallel lines have certain features with a bisecting line and so on, the problem here is that mathematics doesn't really give us much knowledge of the way the world is. This is really important because he's going to model his philosophy on the way mathematics is done, but he's obviously not doing mathematics. He talks about theology, and to this he just kind of humbly declares that he's not capable of understanding these truths, that we take, that they take us beyond reason. I don't know if he's really sincere about this. There are different views about this. So you might think that Descartes really is just being honest here. Or you might think he doesn't want to come out and call theology BS and get in trouble with church folks. So maybe he's just trying to find a nice way to not talk about theology. He talks about the sciences. He says, insofar as they borrow their principles from philosophy, one could not have built anything solid upon such unstable foundations. So this is a statement that is supposed to be critical of the way philosophy is done in his time. In his time, the reigning philosophy is called scholasticism. Scholasticism is basically a warmed-over version of Aristotle's philosophy. Aristotle lived, let's say, roughly in the 4th century BC. Descartes is in the 1600s. From the 4th century BC to the 1600s, Aristotle has been the ruling paradigm of philosophy and science. Well, there was this thing called the Dark Ages in that period. It's called the Dark Ages because we didn't really advance much in knowledge. Why was that? Well, Descartes would say it's because we were relying on Aristotle's philosophy. That Aristotle's philosophy, while it has some good points, doesn't give us what we need to have the foundations for science. So, here's something that Aristotle thought. Aristotle thought that the bodies... Make sure I get this right. Do I have that on here? No. Alright. He has this idea that the bodies of... I might get this backwards. It's one way or the other. The bodies of men are hotter than the bodies of women. Like hot in the sense of temperature. Why? Because men's bodies are generally larger than women's bodies, therefore they generate more heat. As it turns out, that's not true. Women's bodies run just a little warmer than men's. But Aristotle arrived at that conclusion because he was thinking about philosophical principles, like larger things must be hotter because they're bigger, as opposed to going out there and measuring, making observations. And so much of what goes into Aristotelian philosophy is like that. That they went, instead of actually making observations and studying things, they came to conclusions like, well, heavier objects fall faster. Why? Because heavier objects are bigger. And we all know, I hope, that that's not true. Heavier objects fall at the exact same rate as smaller objects. That the size of the object does not affect how quickly it falls. So what he's doing here is he's picking on Aristotle, saying that Aristotle's philosophy was not very helpful in doing anything in science. This is also going to be very helpful to remember when we get into the Meditations. He abandoned his formal studies when he was old enough to travel. So he was, as y'all heard in the presentation, his parents wanted him to get a great education. The problem was that he didn't really care for much of his education. I guess he appreciates it to some degree here, in certain aspects of it, but he made it sound like in here that as soon as he was able, he was done with it. And he took to traveling. There's this really cool thing he says about why it's good to travel. I wanted to read this on page 28. Look on the very bottom on that paragraph that spans the two columns. It says, "This is why as soon as age permitted me to emerge from the supervision of my teachers, I completely abandoned the study of letters, and resolving to search for no knowledge other than what could be found within myself or else in the great book of the world, I spent the rest of my youth traveling, seeing courts and armies, mingling with people of diverse temperaments and circumstances, gathering various experiences, testing myself in the encounters that fortune offered me, and everywhere engaging in such reflection upon the things that presented themselves that I was able to derive some profit from them. For it seemed to me that I could find much more truth in the reasonings that each person makes concerning matters that are important to him, and whose outcome ought to cost him dearly later on in life, if he has judged badly, than in those reasonings engaged in by a man of letters in his studies, which touch on speculations that produce no effect, and are of no consequence to him, except perhaps that the more they are removed from common sense, the more pride he will take in them. Once again, this is just slamming this scholastic philosophy. For he will have to employ that much more wit and ingenuity in attempting to render them plausible. In the next paragraph, this is in the middle of it, he says, I learned not to believe anything too firmly of which I had been persuaded only by example and custom, and thus I little by little freed myself from errors that can darken our natural light and render us less able to listen to reason. So, what are the benefits of traveling? What do you think traveling does in our education? What can it do, at least? Mm-hmm.
Perhaps at that time, people like in the same area would talk to each other and have the same beliefs. So if you were to move around a lot, you could get a lot of different perspectives.
That's one big thing. You get much more perspectives, and without the internet or even really reliable like mail and other kinds of things, how do you get different perspectives? The best way to do it back then was to go and travel and immerse yourself in them. What else does he say here? There's something really related, really closely related with Travis. It's a slightly different point, but what else is the value of traveling? What does he say in that last bit I read about? What does it free yourself of? Well?
Testing what he had learned through letters. His true observation.
So you can make real observations. Looking for one other kind of thing here about what are the mistakes that we can fall into if we don't travel, perhaps? What might we be inclined to do? Yeah.
Make assumptions that are removed from common sense.
So one of the things is, this is related to the earlier part, which is that for one, if you just spend your whole life in this like ivory tower doing philosophy, you might arrive at some really bizarre conclusions, and it has no grounding in the way people ordinarily think. So he wants, we'll revisit if you think Descartes succeeds in this, but you might think that being a part of everyday life will help you stay grounded in reality. There's another kind of thing here, that's really good. There's another kind of thing I'm looking for in this passage. What does he say traveling frees us from? That last paragraph right above part 2. Mm-hmm.
Well, he's saying, like, little by little, he was free from, it says, like, the errors that can darken our natural light. So basically, like, what we already had, like, a perception of, like, as traveling and learning different new experiences, what he once perceived to be one thing, when he was traveling and gaining knowledge of, it changed, like, his outlook on what he was perceiving.
There are certain things we pick up through our life just as a matter of, like, habit and custom. It's the way it always was. My parents say, maybe you learn certain rules, like no chocolate chip cookies for breakfast. Why? Because that's just the way it is. Nobody has. That's weird. But what if you move to a country where they have chocolate chip cookies to breakfast? You might come to realize maybe that's not so weird. It's only weird to people who live like my parents do. Or, that you have to drive on the right side of the road. And if you drive on the left side of the road, that's weird. It's also dangerous. Don't do that right now. But it might not seem so weird if you go travel to places where they do things differently. And the thing that, it's not just about weirdness, it's about the idea that you would accept the customary things as if they are obviously true, or that these things are like some kind of enlightened way of being. He says that it's a good idea to travel around because it will prevent you from making that mistake of thinking that the ordinary customs that you were raised in are somehow special.
Is it kind of saying that his traveling aided him in becoming more well-rounded in his paths of reason? Like it kind of helped him become more stronger than if he were to just stay in one place. Like you said, one place you might drive on one side of the road, but the other place you might drive, and that acceptance kind of builds those paths that lead to reasoning?
I think that's right. I mean, there's essentially two directions he's pushing with this. On the one hand, traveling enlightens you by exposing you to more. And on the other hand, it also frees you, it exposes, so to speak, the errors that you might be inclined to accept if you didn't travel. So you might fall into this customary way of just accepting the way you were raised as the right way. And by traveling around a lot, you might be more, at least open to the idea that the way you were raised may not be necessarily the right way. Let's take us to part 2. Oh, I've got even a little thing on this. So custom and example can keep us from seeing truths delivered by the natural light of reason that we all possess. This is another theme to look for. This natural light of reason is something that's going to come up in the Meditations. And he thinks that custom and example can keep us from seeing the insights that come from that natural light of reason. And we'll have more to say about that later. Alright, let's take a pause here. We're at part 2. We'll take a quick break. Let's give it 10 minutes, and then we will resume from here. Alright. So now we're going to move to part 2. Before we dive into part 2, are there any questions about anything from part 1? I always want to give you an opportunity to talk about stuff in the text that I didn't go over, because there's a lot of stuff in here. So is there anything in here you wanted to talk about that I didn't get into? Part 1 is mainly biographical in nature with some highlights, so it's fine if we move on. Part 2 is where he lays down his rules for his method. Before we get to the rules, he has some interesting things to say about the nature of acquiring knowledge. And this in particular is really important for the Meditations that we're about to get into. So he says on page 29, because we were all children before being men, and because for a long time it was necessary for us to be governed by our appetites and our teachers, it is nearly impossible for our judgments to be as pure or as solid as they would have been if we had the full use of reason from the moment of our birth, and if we had been guided by it alone. So this is a theme that we're going to pick up in the next reading in the Meditations. But what he's getting at here is that it's kind of a shame in a way that when we're born we don't have the full use of reason. Because what ends up happening is that over time we pick up a bunch of false beliefs and things that are irrational just because, we're kids, and if somebody tells us to believe something, we believe it. And it's not until we become full adults that we're now being a lot more critical, or we should be a lot more critical, about the beliefs that we entertain. He uses this example on the bottom of the page about pulling down a house. So let's take a look at this passage. This is the bottom right paragraph. I'm going to read a good portion of it. He says, "It is true that we never see anyone pulling down all the houses in a city for the sole purpose of rebuilding them in a different style and of making the streets more attractive. But one does see very well that many people tear down their own houses in order to rebuild them, and that in some cases they are even forced to do so when their houses are in danger of collapsing and when the foundations are not very secure. This example persuaded me that it would not really be at all reasonable for a single individual to plan to reform a state by changing everything in it from the foundations up, and by toppling it in order to set it up again. Nor even also to reform the body of the sciences or the order established in the schools for teaching them. But that, as regards all the opinions to which I had until now given credence, I could not do better than to try to get rid of them once and for all, in order to replace them later on, either with the ones that are better, or even with the same ones once I had reconciled them to the level of reason. And I firmly believe that by this means I would succeed in conducting my life much better than if I were to build only upon old foundations, and if I were to rely only on the principles of which I had allowed myself to be persuaded in my youth, without ever having examined them. So, what do you take him to be saying in that example about this house? What is this business about pulling down houses supposed to illustrate? Yeah.
Your knowledge, like a person's knowledge.
In what way?
You can't build knowledge on top of a poor foundation.
What happens if you do that?
It can all fall over.
It's
So
good.
you get to a point where just everything relies on a weak foundation.
And so think about, that's right, so think about this quote now. Because we were children before we were men, we had to be governed by our appetites and our teachers. Other things told us what was valuable, what was important, what was true, what was false. Well, now that I'm a man, it's like, look, you need to look over your house and find out what's it built on. Is all the stuff that you picked up as a child right or wrong? Was it correct or incorrect? Did you get good education or a bad one?
I see kind of each of the things that he takes as knowledge as being a separate house, and he's saying that you take down some of them to rebuild them, but you don't take all of them down to rebuild them all.
So possibly that might be one thing he's getting at, is that
In other teachings, though, he doesn't say that. He's like, yeah. So that's why I'm just like sitting here in confusion.
I think it's a slightly different point. I don't know. What are some other thoughts about what he's saying about multiple houses? Why does he say we don't like destroy the whole village, but we, individuals go one house at a time? Yeah.
Because it's not common for people to question the knowledge that they've been given from birth. So maybe that's why you don't see a lot of people doing it. You only see select people questioning those types of things.
So you take each house to be like an individual's. So it's just the village is not representative of your mind. One house is representative of your mind. Another house is another person's. So he's saying maybe everybody doesn't have to go through with this, or I'm not telling everybody to do it. I'm just telling you what I did with my own house. In my own life, I wanted to make sure my house was on good foundation. And maybe he's even saying it's not my job to go around telling other people what to do with their own homes. So by analogy, it's not my job to go around telling other people what to believe. I'm just telling you, if you're interested in having a well-founded house, here's how you do it. Here's how you check the foundations. In the same way, what we're going to be doing in here, if you want to find out if your beliefs are founded correctly on the right principles of knowledge, then I'm going to show you how to do that, but I'm not going to force you. Other thoughts on what this is about?
I'm just wondering, because he makes like an analogy to like how roads are made in cities and stuff out, and how they're all like intertwined. But was he aware of I don't know if this was in his time, maybe, because I know later on in history where like especially dictators that like take down a city completely and like fix up the roads so their armies can pass through better. So I'm just wondering, like that was he not aware of that could happen, or I don't know.
I think one of the things he's also trying to say, trying to find the passage if it was in this section, where he wants to say that there's something about one mind also sort of doing all the planning of the city. It coming from one person as opposed to a bunch of people together simultaneously planning all the different parts of the city. That you get, and that's one of, I don't know if we're thinking of the same passage, but that's what I take from it, is more of him saying, one architect of a city makes for a better city than if you had a number of architects all designing different parts of the city at the same time. You get things that don't fit together. Other thoughts on these passages, these things? So we move on to the 4 rules, and this is a mix, some of his language, some of my language. And he gives you the 4 rules on page 31. These aren't bad rules to follow by. If you want to print these out and put them on your mirror, I wouldn't make fun of you. Rule number 1: never accept anything as true that I did not plainly know to be such. In other words, avoid hasty judgments. Don't just accept things. Rule number 2: divide problems into as many parts as possible. Sometimes we're given complex problems. The best way to approach these problems is to first break them down into parts. Rule number 3: think orderly. Start with the simplest and easiest to know and ascend slowly and carefully to more complex things. Break things down into parts. Once you have broken them down into parts, start with the simplest parts, the things that are the easiest to know, and work your way up from there. And then finally, make enumerations, like take notes, so complete and reviews so general that I was assured to have omitted nothing. So, as you work your way through these things, take good notes so that you know how you solved the problems, and it's going to be hard to hold all this in your mind all at once. We're going to see him follow these rules, when we look at meditations. So this is, if you like these 4 rules, which they're not bad rules, you can see him, you want to see how does this play out. It gets played out in our very next reading. So let's move to the controversial part 5. How animals and humans differ. When he takes us into part 5, he lays out what he thinks are these sort of 2 conditions for determining if something has reason. So this is where part 1 kind of connects us back up with part 5. Remember part 1, that opening paragraph, that reason is the most well-distributed thing, that all people have it. So he wants to now say that there are ways that you can tell when something does not have reason. And he's going to, of course, apply this to animals. So he says one sign is that the thing cannot use words or other signs to declare thoughts to others. And then secondly, even if it can perform one task better than humans, it will fail in trying to do other tasks. So, horses are stronger than human beings, but they're not as smart as human beings. Dolphins can swim better than humans, but they're not so good at, playing baseball. Let's take a look now at the argument he's going to give us against animals having minds. So after he gives these 2 reasons, let's start at the very bottom on 33, that little paragraph on the left side, and I'll read through this a good ways. Now by these 2 means one can also know the difference between men and beasts. For it is rather remarkable that there are no men so dull and so stupid, excluding not even the insane, that they are incapable of arranging various words together and of composing from them a discourse by means of which they might make their thoughts understood. And that, on the other hand, there is no other animal at all, however perfect and pedigreed it may be, that does the like. This does not happen because they lack the organs, for one sees that magpies and parrots can utter words just as we can, and yet they cannot speak as we do, that is, by testifying to the fact that they are thinking about what they are saying. On the other hand, men born deaf and dumb, who are deprived just as much as, or more than beasts, of the organs that aid others in speaking, are wont to invent for themselves various signs, by means of which they make themselves understood to those who, being with them on a regular basis, have the time to learn their language. And this attests not merely to the fact that the beasts have less reason than men, but that they have none at all. For it is obvious it does not need much to know how to speak. And since we notice as much inequality among animals of the same species as among men, and that some are easier to train than others, it is unbelievable that a monkey or a parrot that is the most perfect of its species would not equal in this respect one of the most stupid children, or at least a child with a disordered brain, if their souls were not of a nature entirely different from our own. And then skip to the very bottom, going up 4 lines. So this is in terms of the second condition. He says, the fact that they can't do the things humans can do so well. This proves that they have no intelligence at all, and that it is nature that acts in them according to the disposition of their organs. Just as we see that a clock composed exclusively of wheels and springs can count the hours and measure time more accurately than we can with all our carefulness. Okay. Let me tell you something about Descartes. Descartes was really interested, as you heard from the biography at the start of class, in science. He was interested in biology. How do you learn about biology? Well, one major way is through dissecting things, right? You take biology class, you have a lab, and you get these like formaldehyde-filled, like frogs and things that you cut open, and that helps you understand stuff, I'm sure. Descartes liked dissecting things, but they didn't have these laboratories you sent off and you got formaldehyde-filled frogs. What did you do? You picked up a stray cat off the street. And what Descartes was known for taking one off, taking a stray cat or a stray dog off the street, hammering nails into its paws, and then while it was alive, cutting it open and doing a live dissection of the animal. He believed what he just wrote here, that animals, when he says souls here, animals don't have souls, animals don't have minds. They don't think, they don't feel. They have no consciousness, is what he's saying. And if they don't have consciousness, then there's nothing wrong with taking an animal up off the street, hammering nails into its paws so it can be put up on your bulletin board, and cutting it open to look at how it works on the inside. What do y'all think about Descartes' argument here? Do you think that he's justified in doing that to animals? Yeah.
If he's nailing it somewhere and it's like, obviously it's going to make noises and pain, you wouldn't think that's a signal saying that it's conscious to know what's going on, like knows what's going on. Like, I think that's just stupid.
So this is what he wants to say about that. That is just a mechanical response. It's not because it is undergoing any kind of consciousness. The dog or the cat that screams out feels no more than your car feels something when you hit the horn. Like if you hit the horn of your car, you don't go, "Whoa, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." You just go, it's just a mechanical response.
So like they didn't have cars then, so what did he compare that to? You know what I mean?
A clock. So like when your clock, if it's got a little chime on it, you don't think it's trying to tell you something when it chimes or that it intends to communicate. It's just a mechanical response.
Well, the clock is a man-made item, where a dog is not. It's something that is there.
We'll see this play out a little more in Descartes' philosophy, but this is the difference, is that he's going to say that those are all material things. So matter, he's going to argue, doesn't have consciousness in it. The only thing that could have consciousness is a mind. So we have signs that animals are made out of matter, that animals are material things, but we don't have any evidence that they are thinking things, is what he will say.
So what happens when he cuts it open and sees that it has a brain? Then what does he think that doesn't think?
The brain is not the same thing as thought. So brain, you can study, let's say that you're imagining a pink elephant right now, because that's a live one, not one that's being tortured by Descartes. Because that's much happier than the other thoughts, right? If you're thinking about a pink elephant right now, I could look inside your brain, but I'll never see a pink elephant there. I'm going to see gray matter. I'm going to see chemical reactions. I'm going to see, electrical, chemical processes at best. But I don't see the pink elephant. Where is the pink elephant? The pink elephant is in your mind. So Descartes' going to say, I know they've got brains, and that's part of the elaborate machines that they are. But that doesn't mean that they have thoughts or consciousness.
I was just going to say, because I remember seeing a video where they actually hooked up electrodes to someone's brain. They actually were able to make a rough image of what they were thinking when they saw an image. And it matched up interestingly well. So I would argue that maybe there is something there. Not just like a real pink elephant, of course, but like a thought.
So we're going to talk a lot more about this when we get to the very end of the Meditations. This is one of his key arguments in the piece, where he's going to try to argue that mind, and this is a theme through the whole era, we're going to talk a lot about the consciousness and minds, which I think is really cool. But he's going to argue that mind and matter are utterly, completely separate things. They have nothing in common. We'll see how that plays out.
Did he ever, observe these said animals in their own natural, habitat?
I think so, yes.
So, if you were to observe a gorilla, where a gorilla comes across, or a chimpanzee comes across an anthill where he wants to eat ants, and he can't get the ants, so he takes a tree branch and sticks it down into the anthill and pulls out ants to eat, what would he say of that?
It's a mechanical response. Have you ever seen those little floor vacuums that are automatic, you don't have to push them, but that they just are self-guided? Well, you might say that's kind of what's going on there. It's a mechanism by which this machine knows how to, when it's running low on food or nutrients, it is a mechanical response to get what it needs.
You don't think you would look at that as a thought process as using a tool, like a human would use a tool?
Descartes wouldn't. Don't confuse me for Descartes. I'm just saying. I'm just the messenger. I'm just saying. That's what Descartes would say. Yeah.
So if
You're fine.
Oh, okay. So if Descartes saw a person who was brain dead, so he'd those two rules or whatever up there, they wouldn't fall under that. So does that mean that they would have no reason? They are still a person, but they can't think, they can't make signals or talk. They can't do anything better than an animal. So
if a person was permanently in that kind of state, maybe he would say that they no longer have reason. That's a good point. I mean, that's actually a really good way to that's the way philosophers think. Is we say, okay, let's run this to its logical conclusion and see if we can live with that. Yeah.
I was just going to point out that we didn't actually know about chimpanzees or gorillas up until just a few hundred years ago. So we had no idea of these apes that have postulated intelligence. It was just he saw monkeys, as he said in the thing. He didn't actually see larger apes.
Yeah, and a lot of our science on this stuff has advanced greatly in the past even 100 years. So he observed some of these things, but certainly not to the same degree we have. I still think he wouldn't have bought it. At least he would have to give up certain other things in his philosophy I don't think he's willing to give up yet. Yeah, Zach?
I think that even if he were to come across a brain-dead human, he would still not change his way of thinking philosophically, because it seems that he puts, even in the rule number 2, if they perform a task better than humans, he puts humans on some kind of higher ability, higher, like a pedestal almost. So even if the human was brain dead or unable to function, he would still have some kind of reason behind why humans can think. Even, I don't know how to describe it, but I feel like he puts humans on a different level.
And that's right. I mean, he certainly thinks there's something special about humans. It's kind of an interesting question what Descartes would do if he was, in charge of somebody's, living will. Yeah.
What about newborn babies? They don't have thoughts. They don't they know when they're hungry they cry, but they're not thinking I'm so hungry and you should start crying. So but then animals, they already have they basically have their senses to know like what they need.
I don't know exactly what Descartes says about newborns. Another really good question. I think he might at least say something like, well, they have the potential. We know what happens over time.
Yeah.
So it's not like half of the newborns eventually developed language and the other half didn't. That might be an issue. But since all newborn humans do eventually acquire language, you might say that they've got that capacity. Yeah.
I think that he just thinks they all act off of instinct instead of, because they don't know that animals do all the stuff that we know they do. So he thinks differently, and it's just instinct everything that they do. Like he cuts it open, and it's freaking out to begin with.
Yeah.
That's just what it's like a response to being in danger, I guess.
Yeah, and that's the thing to think. I mean, it's just reflex responses as well that he thinks this is. In fact, Descartes, he would complain when the cat was like screaming. He just cut its vocal cords. He'd be like, "Well, okay, it's like the horn's going off in the car and it's bothering me. I'll just cut the wire."
Well, I guess it's like hard for us to look at it now because I mean, then they didn't know like things are made up of cells. Like they knew nothing about that, and we know so much. We're so advanced that it's hard to kind of think back to that like, basic brain that actually humans had kind of back then.
I also think it's kind of cool to compare, on this point, Descartes and Montaigne, because Montaigne actually seems to have a high view of animals. Like he's like, maybe animals know stuff we don't know. Descartes is saying, animals don't know anything. They have no thoughts, no consciousness. We alone are special like this. And this maybe now is where you might say, I like Montaigne again. Montaigne, I like the fact that he's kind of saying we should be more humble in our claims about knowledge and not too quick to dismiss other possibilities. There is a paper in this class that you have to do where you write in response to some contemporary piece on Descartes. If this is something that interests you, there's a lot of stuff written about this. If you need help finding it, I'd be happy to take you there. Oh, we already did that. Okay. So, discourse on method. Here are some of the main takeaways, right? Reason, he argues, is the essence of being human. We're going to see more about that. Secondly, that the difference between those who find truth and those who find falsehood concerns the use of reason, not the amount of reason. And this is where his 4 rules are very applicable, because he thinks these 4 rules will help us in the use of our reason, and they will guide us to the truth as opposed to letting us fall astray. And finally, this last bit we just did about animals. He argues that animals are not rational creatures like us. Something that most of us are not inclined to accept. Let me switch over. We're going to start talking about the meditations. Were there any final questions, comments about discourse on method? Once again, we flew through this piece much faster than I would have liked. Then let's move to this one. So here are our famous philosophers. We're going to move to Descartes' Meditations. This piece of philosophy is arguably the most influential piece of philosophy ever in the history of humanity. So the fact that you are reading this and we are studying it is really very important. He sets up the issues and the problems and some of the solutions that have been talked about ever since. Like, we are still, today, writing and discussing and figuring out the things that he set out. He gave us the agenda for philosophy in the West. The only philosophers I think that you can say rivaled his influence and importance are Plato and Aristotle. And this piece in particular is like his defining work. What we're going to see in this are some themes. The foundation for science, as he sees it. The ability to discern truth from falsehood. The existence of God, the existence of the soul, as well as some other things. But this is what this piece is about. He is trying to give us a roadmap to having knowledge. So let's begin with meditation number 1. The opening paragraph is such a nice beginning paragraph. If you've had me for intro, you know I like to read it, and we're going to read it in here too. So take a look, open it up to page 40, and let's just look at the opening part here. Several years have now passed since I first realized how numerous were the false opinions that in my youth I had taken to be true, and thus how doubtful were all those that I had subsequently built on them. And thus I realized that once in my life I had to raze everything to the ground and begin again from the original foundations if I wanted to establish anything firm and lasting in the sciences. Alright. He's raising up the problem of false beliefs here. So, over the course of our lives, we have mixed in true beliefs with false beliefs. There are things that your friends, your parents, your teachers, the internet, TV, radio, whatever has influenced you to kind of take to be that this is true. These are parts of the ways you look at the world. So the problem is that over the course of our lives, we've taken these beliefs and some of them are true and some of them are false. However, the new beliefs that we acquire typically depend upon the prior ones. But this is only going to give me more knowledge if my prior beliefs are true. The solution that he puts forward here is in that quote where he says, "Once in my life I had to raze everything to the ground and begin again from the original foundations." What is this word raze spelled this way, R-A-Z-E? What does that mean, to raze something to the ground?
I think of like a bulldozer, just kind of like
demolish. Utterly wipe it out, annihilate it. So when they talk about raising a building with spelled this way, they're not talking about what we're doing at the library out there. We're talking about the opposite. To raise it to the ground means to just completely destroy it. So once in the time of the way that, so this is what he's getting at. I've got a little diagram here. Here's a very crude way to think about the way our beliefs work, according to Descartes. We've got basic beliefs that we start out with, and from those basic beliefs we infer other beliefs, and those beliefs we use to infer other beliefs. And this would, of course, this is actually an accurate diagram of our belief system. It would be huge, right? If you have, a myriad of beliefs. But this is what happens: is that what if falsehood slips in down there? Well, that falsehood will get transferred to the other beliefs, or at least it could. If you start out with some falsehood and you base a belief on that, then it's very likely the beliefs you base on it will turn out to be false as well. If they turn out to be true, it would just be by luck. Descartes is really concerned that over the course of our lives, we've let these falsehoods infect our belief systems. And here we are today, and we can't tell the true beliefs from the false ones. I mean, think about all the things you believe. You have beliefs about the nature of, electrons. You got beliefs about who your parents are. You got beliefs about where you parked your car today. You have beliefs about how much money is in your bank account. You have beliefs about how many planets there are in our solar system. You probably have some beliefs about God. You probably got beliefs about your own, whether you will have a life after death or not. Do you think every single belief that you hold is true? Or do you think that probably somewhere in there there's bound to be some wrong ones? I would venture to guess that if you really thought about that issue, all of us would say, I'm sure there's some things I believe that are incorrect. Here's the rub. Do you know which beliefs are incorrect? And it seems like the answer should be no, because if you knew which ones they were, you wouldn't believe them anymore, would you? So Descartes' solution is to raze everything to the ground. So if this diagram is the structure, to raise it to the ground means to wipe everything out for a moment, to start over, to get rid of all of our beliefs, even the true ones, because we need to find a better way to make sure there are no false ones mixed in. Let's read a little bit more about the solution on page 41. And this is on the left column. Yet, to bring this about, I will not need to show that all my opinions are false, which is perhaps something I could never accomplish, but reason now persuades me that I should withhold my assent no less carefully from opinions that are not completely certain and indubitable than I would from those that are patently false. For this reason, it will suffice for the rejection of all these opinions, if I find in each of them some reason for doubt. Nor, therefore, need I survey each opinion individually, a task that would be endless. Rather, because undermining the foundations will cause whatever has been built upon them to crumble of its own accord, I will attack straight away those principles which supported everything I once believed. This is called the method of doubt. And you could use it by a kind of test of dubitability. Dubitable is just a nice word for doubtfulness. And indubitable means incapable of being doubted. And what he's putting forward in this is that if a belief can be doubted, then let's reject it. At least for the moment. This is what we're going to follow. If a belief can be doubted, reject it. If a belief is indubitable, or you could say absolutely certain, not capable of any doubt, then we will accept it. That is the method that he wants to follow here. So the other thing to notice is what he's doing is that he doesn't want us to go through and doubt each and every individual belief that we hold. That would take too long. You believe that 1 plus 1 is 2. You believe 2 plus 1 is 3. You believe 3 plus 1 is 4. How many of those beliefs you got? An infinite number. We would never get to the bottom of those. You believe that there are, at least 3 people in the room. You believe there are at least 4 people in the room. You believe there are less than 100 people in the room. I mean, think about all the beliefs that you possess. And these are all, and the things I'm listing seem kind of trivial. We haven't even got to the serious ones. So rather than going and trying to doubt each and every item of belief that you hold, what you should do is see if we can get to the source of those beliefs. So if we can undermine the source of the belief, then we will be able to doubt all the beliefs based on that source. Questions about the dubitability test, or the method of doubt here? Yeah?
Is that like saying you believe like 3 plus 1 is 4, things like that? You should go and doubt mathematics?
Yeah, so we're going to see how that's possible in a moment. But for the time being, if you want to, so if you say, well, how are we going to test 3 plus 1 is 4? We're going to try to find a way if there's anything that we can say about the most general concepts in our mind. We'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
Any other thoughts on this? Everybody see at least the setup here. And this is the way this is supposed to work. If we can, do I have that? Oh, sorry. And this is the quote that explains that. I read that already. Okay. We don't have to show all the opinions are false. We just have to show the source they come from is false. So attack those principles which supported everything I once believed. So once again, we come back to this diagram. This is what he wants to do. He wants to find starting points that will give us certainty. If we can get certainty into these most fundamental, most basic beliefs that we hold, and then carefully think about how we infer other beliefs from them, then we will get certainty all the way to the top. And if we can get certainty in all levels, aha, no false beliefs. And this is something that he says we need to have a sure and lasting foundation for science. in contrast to the Aristotelian philosophy that was out there, he thinks this is a far better way to go about getting that philosophical basis or foundation for science. Let's see how this plays out. If you had to find one kind of source that tells you for sure that you know things are real, most of us would run to the senses. This is what Montaigne talked about, that the senses are the source of all knowledge. That seeing it, tasting it, feeling it, touching it, all of that is proof of reality. So Descartes runs to this first. Are the senses an indubitable source for forming beliefs? And he says, I have noticed that the senses are sometimes deceptive, and it is a mark of prudence never to place our complete trust in those who have deceived us even once. This is where Descartes' skepticism is a little bit like Montaigne's skepticism. That Descartes' skepticism is pointing out that there are those illusions, and there are those mistakes, there are those little things like the Miller-Lyer illusion, or that slide I had with all the different colored wheels that look like they're spinning, that your senses do deceive you. That doesn't always carry the day for people, because they say that's only about slight things. What about, there are certain things when I'm up close and when I'm really careful, my senses don't deceive me. So let's take a look at his famous dream argument, the paragraph on the top right of 41. He says, this would all be well and good were I not a man who is accustomed to sleeping at night, and to experiencing in my dreams the very same things, or now and then even less plausible ones, as these insane people do when they are awake. How often does my evening slumber persuade me of such ordinary things as these, that I am here, clothed in my dressing gown, seated next to the fireplace, when in fact I am lying undressed in bed. It's a little too much information. But right now, my eyes are certainly wide awake when I gaze upon this sheet of paper. This head, which I am shaking, is not heavy with sleep. I extend this hand consciously and deliberately, and I feel it. Such things would not be so distinct for someone who is asleep, as if I did not recall having been deceived on other occasions, even by similar thoughts in my dreams. In other words, as I consider these matters more carefully, I see so plainly that there are no definite signs by which to distinguish being awake from being asleep. So this is the key thing that we just read. He says there are no definite signs by which to distinguish being awake from being asleep, or from dreaming. This kind of leads to an interesting question. How do you know you're not dreaming? Anybody know what this is from? Yeah, this is from Inception. And in that movie, it's all about people who are in dreams and tricking one another. And one of the things in the whole movie is whether the whole movie takes place in a dream. And the answer is it does. I can tell you why after class. But let me ask a more general question, not necessarily about the movie, but which is, can you tell being awake from dreaming? Is it possible to be sure? Have you ever had a dream that was so real that you acted on it? Like a dream where you talked to a friend on the phone and made plans, and then when you woke up, you went through your day and presumed you had talked to that person on the phone? When I was in middle school, I had a dream that I'd asked a girl out, and she'd said yes. And then I did some embarrassing things the next day at school. I would say because dreams are like reality. They are so much like reality, you can't tell them apart. Do you agree with that? Yeah.
I think sometimes you think they're real, but there's a certain, you're going to wake up and be like, oh, was that real? And then you'd be like, oh wait, I'm in bed.
Sometimes it plays out that way, although I want to always say, but does it always play out that way?
No. I mean, maybe you might wake up like during it, and that's when you realize it's not real. But if it ends and then you wake up however long later, you might think it didn't happen at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like there's like the lucid dreaming,
Mm-hmm.
where like you're sleeping, but you're consciously aware that you're dreaming, and then you can like control what's going on in your dream, kind of. That happened to me the other night. I knew I was lucid dreaming. I didn't want to be dreaming anymore, so I like woke myself up.
So
Annoying.
sometimes we can kind of take control, or we can do that, of course, but can we always do that? No. And that's all Descartes needs for his argument. All he needs is the possibility that even right now, for all you know, you could be dreaming. Maybe you fell asleep this afternoon and you're taking a nap, and you're so concerned about this class, anxious about it because we haven't met, that you're now dreaming about it. How do you know that you're not dreaming right now? How do you know you're not going to wake up and have to go to class? Have you ever had a dream like that, where it's like you had a dream like you were getting ready in the morning, and then you wake up, and then you have to get ready in the morning? How do you know? Yeah.
Can you go by certain senses? Like, for example, I was involved in a car fire several years ago, and for months after, I had the same recurring dream where I was in a fire. And after so long, I would realize I'm in flames and I do not feel pain. I'm terrified of what I'm seeing, like the sense of sight, yes, but as far as touching, I couldn't feel burning, and that's when I would wake myself up from the dream. And I had it over and over repeatedly, and that's how I would wake myself up. I realized I don't feel pain from this.
This is kind of an interesting question. Sometimes people say in dreams you can't feel pain. Has anyone felt pain in a dream? I have. So,
yeah.
What do you mind sharing, or can you recall?
I had a dream that I got hit by a car, I think, and when I woke up, like it felt like it was extremely painful. And when I woke up, I was sore the next day, and I mean, obviously, if I got hit by a car, it'd be more than sore, but I still did feel a lot of pain, and when I woke up, I was in pain.
Yeah.
You could feel, I think, like mental type of pain. I know that sometimes, like, depending on what type of dream you have, you can wake up and you can feel like just like overwhelming anxiety or fear.
You crying.
Yeah.
I think you could feel like kind of like the rush from the dream. Like I've had a certain dream like 4 or 5 times already, like throughout my whole life, where I feel like I'm like falling, like I like jumped off a cliff or something. I've fallen into like trees, and I wake up like, oh my god, and like I feel that same way every time when I wake up.
So, I don't know if there's anything that you experience that could possibly be a telltale sign that says always when it's like this, you're dreaming. After all, what's going on when you dream is just the same. I mean, the exact same parts of your brain are activated that are taking place when you're having sensory experience. It's just replicating that experience. So, if you're dreaming, there would be nothing in there that would necessarily tell you you're dreaming. A lot of times we find things that tell we're dreaming, but it's just by accident. Like reality doesn't make sense or things like that. But if you had a consistent dream, there would be no reason how you could tell. And that's Descartes' argument. You can try to write all this down, or you can look this up on the video later. But here is one way to think about the dream argument. For any particular claim about a physical object, we can just call X. So X is a placeholder for like the cup on the table, the book in front of you. If one knows that X is true, or maybe we should say that X, some claim about X is true, then one can distinguish the truth of X from its falsely appearing to be true in a dream. This is a claim that's about the standard you have to meet in order to have knowledge. If you really know something is true, then you should be able to tell its truth from a falsehood. Think of like counterfeit money. if you're hired by like a bank, I know they have like machines and stuff that do this. Suppose there aren't such machines. They hire experts. You are supposed to be an expert to distinguish real money from counterfeit money. You can only really claim to know what real money is if, when presented the counterfeits, you can tell them apart. If they lent me the Mona Lisa for this class, and they let me bring in the Mona Lisa and a replication of the Mona Lisa done by an art student. If it was done really well, I couldn't tell them apart because I don't really know much about art and brush strokes and all those kinds of things. If you can't tell the real thing apart from a false impression, then you don't know what the real thing is. In the same way, Descartes is saying if you can't tell the difference between something truly being the case and it's falsely appearing to be true in a dream, then you are not entitled to say that you know what it is. And then the second claim is, for any particular claim about physical object X, one cannot distinguish the truth of X from its falsely appearing to be true in a dream. So this is just saying that we don't meet the standard. So the first one is saying, here's what the standard is for knowing. The second claim is saying, we fail to meet the standard. We can't tell the difference between these experiences of being awake from experiences of dreaming. And therefore, it logically follows from these two claims that for any particular claim about physical object X, one cannot know that X is true. There's the argument. Another thing, by the way, if you want to write a paper, there's a lot of literature and philosophy about this argument that is very interesting. So here's the rub on the dream argument. Sense experience cannot be an indubitable source for one's belief system. All the stuff you acquire through the five senses is subject to doubt, because anything you get through the five senses could be misleading because it could be the result of a dream. I mean, if you think about it, how do you know you're not going to wake up tomorrow and be like a 5-year-old kid who just had a very long dream? It'd be kind of cool because now all the stuff you know, but all the stuff you get through your senses are subject to doubt. Now, this is an important thing. It only casts doubt on our knowledge of particular things. That is, particular things as in this book, or that cup, or this person's clothing, or the crucifix on that wall, like particulars. But one of the things he brings up, I'm not going to read the passage, you can look at it if you like on 41 and 42, is that dreams are composed of things derived from general concepts. And those general concepts may imply some truth about reality. So you might think about the contents of your dream. Where do you get these ideas? If we're dreaming about having a book in front of us, where did you get the concept of a book? If you're dreaming about being in a classroom, where did you get the concept of a class? These are all things, these general concepts are not called into doubt by his dream argument. So, this only would bring us into doubt about claims about the existence of particular things and where they are and how they are. It does not give us any doubt for general, universal concepts and truths. So, the next challenge for Descartes, then, is to come up, is there any basis for doubt about those kinds of things? Before I turn to that, let me entertain if there are any questions, comments, witty rejoinders, anything about this aspect of the dream argument. So, let's consider now what we call the God argument. God, as you all may know, is supposed to be an omnipotent being. Omnipotence means the ability to do anything. God, there's nothing that is too difficult for God to do. Now, couldn't God have made us so that we are systematically in error when we make judgments about general universal concepts? Doesn't this prove the possibility for error about our judgments about general universal concepts? So for instance, you might think, here's a general universal concept, or a belief you would get from that. All squares have four sides. It's not a belief about a particular square, it's a belief about all squares, the general idea of a square. How do you know that God has not arranged your mind such that you arrive at that belief falsely? That you think it applies to all squares, but somehow there's actually some squares it doesn't apply to. Or that, here's a general belief, red is a color. It's not about any particular red or some particular instance of red. It's about, in general, red is a color. You might think that's got to be true. But Descartes is going to say, how do you know God didn't arrange your mind such that you think that red is a color, but it actually is something else, or that that's not generally and universally true about red? After all, if God is truly omnipotent, as we all think He is, then if there is a God, He could have made it such that we think red is a color when it really isn't. Now, he does raise one important problem here. God is supposed to be a perfect being as well. He's not just an omnipotent being. And so, it wouldn't be appropriate to think that God could deceive us in this way. So the God argument kind of falls apart on this end, which is that since God is supposed to be a morally perfect being, in addition to being an all-powerful one, even though God has the ability to deceive us, it doesn't follow that God, in fact, could follow through with that and do it. At least for the moment, he's going to set this aside and say, maybe I shouldn't push this argument. He brings up a materialistic or evolutionary argument. So one other thing you might bring up with this is you might say, well, I don't believe in God. I think that we are just, all that exists is matter and the laws of physics, and that we come from just that process. There's no God, there's no design, we're just here. Here's how he says, let's consider that possibility. So look at the paragraph, I'm going to start at the very bottom left on 42. He says, perhaps there are some who would rather deny so powerful a God than believe that everything else is uncertain. Let us not oppose them, rather let us grant that everything said here about God is fictitious. Now they suppose that I came to be what I am either by fate, or by chance, or by a connected chain of events, or by some other way. So in other words, like imagine contemporary evolution, like a materialistic, godless form of evolution. But because being deceived and being mistaken appear to be certain imperfections, the less powerful they take the author of my origin to be, the more probable it will be that I am so imperfect that I am always deceived. The argument he's kind of putting forward here is something like this. If I had been produced by imperfect forces, that would make me even more subject to being an imperfect thing. So, I mean, imagine this. If you... This is sort of an old lesson in computer programming. Computers used to be programmed by punch cards. And so you'd have these like big cards, and then they'd have little punched out holes, and you put them in the computer in certain order in certain ways, and that's how you would actually institute a computer program. Both of my parents are computer programmers from way back in the day, and at least my dad has experience even doing this. Suppose that we wanted to create a computer program to land an airplane. And here's how we're going to program it. I'm going to take a bunch of punch cards, throw them out on a football field, and ask a bunch of football players to run over them in their cleats to create the holes. Then we'll collect all the cards, and then we'll put them in the machine. How optimistic are you that the machine is going to be successful at instituting a program to land an airplane? I hope that it's very pessimistic, that you're not going to get in that airplane. Now, Descartes is kind of saying the same kind of thing about us. if we are the product of some random, unplanned, undesigned, imperfect process, why should you trust the very mind that you're using? Your mind is not equipped, or you have no good reason to think that your mind should help you with abstract universal truths. So, here's the way that it plays out when we want to do the whole argument. It is possible that human cognitive faculties originate solely from the result of fate, chance, or other imperfect causes. Anything produced by fate, chance, or other imperfect causes is subject to error. Therefore, it is possible that anything produced by human cognitive faculties is subject to error. There's actually a lot of fascinating literature on this kind of argument. There's a recent op-ed in the New York Times by a philosopher who's a Christian and believes in God, and he puts forward his own version of something like this at the end of the interview. I don't know, probably I'm the only one in the room who's seen this interview, but it's a really interesting interview. So he's trying to introduce the idea that even if you don't even need God to get this kind of doubt, just the fact that you might think that you're constituted out of this kind of process should bring to your mind the very possibility that, for all you know, your mind has been put together by unreliable, non-truth-seeking processes. The very last version that he goes through is what is called the evil genius. Sometimes it's called the evil demon argument. In our translation, they use genius. And this spans 42-43, that very last paragraph where he suggests, all right, I'll suppose not that God is deceiving me, because God cannot be a deceiver. He's a perfect being. But rather that a supremely powerful and clever being who has directed his entire effort at deceiving me is doing this. And so the rhetorical question is, how do you know an evil genius is not systematically deceiving you to believe only what is false? So think about the possibility that somebody could have kidnapped you, taken you to some neuroscientific lab, and is playing games with your brain. How do you know that that didn't happen to you? And part of the things that they're able to manipulate and do with this machine is cause you to forget that you were kidnapped, and secondly, cause you to believe all sorts of crazy and false things. As far as you know, that's a possibility. So here is where we end. You're like, that's it? We're not going to answer that? At the end of the first meditation, this is where we're supposed to be. So the problem that we're trying to address is the very fact that we have false beliefs that have been mixed in with our true beliefs, and we can't tell one apart from the other. The solution is for us to reject anything that is subject to doubt and to only believe those things that are certain. Given the dream argument, the evolutionary materialism argument, and the evil genius argument, we're now in a place where we have doubted knowledge of particulars, and we're also doubting our knowledge of general concepts, truths that come from those general ideas and universal concepts that we have. So where we should be right now in our belief system is a blank slate. We should be in a place where we're able to just start over, to, as he said at the beginning of the essay, to raise it to the ground. And while this is a little unfortunate because now we don't believe anything, there's a good side to this. The good side is we've now started over. That's what we want to do. We found a way to start fresh. Now all we need is to find something that is not subject to doubt. We need to find a certainty. That takes us to meditation 2. Here, by the way, is a nice picture of the young Descartes. Most of the pictures happen with that little French mustache thing. I don't know, I kind of like this look for him. Alright, what we're going to do in meditation 2 is we are going to look for that proper source of knowledge that gives us certainty. And he gives it to us on page 43. So let's take a look at this paragraph in the middle of 43. It says, "But how do I know there is not something else over and above all those things that I have just reviewed, concerning which there is not even the slightest occasion for doubt? Is there not some God, or by whatever name I might call him, who instills these very thoughts in me? But why would I think that, since I myself perhaps could be the author of these thoughts? Well then, am I not at least something? But I've already denied that I have any senses and any body. Still I hesitate, for what follows from this? Am I so tied to a body that the senses, and to the senses, that I cannot exist without them? Well, but I've persuaded myself that there is absolutely nothing in the world, no earth, no sky, no minds, no bodies. Is it then the case that I too do not exist? But doubtless I did exist if I persuaded myself of something. But what if there is some deceiver or other who is supremely powerful and is supremely sly, who is always deliberately deceiving me? Well then, there too is no doubt that I exist if he is deceiving me. And let him do his best at deception, he will never bring it about that I am nothing, as long as I think that I am something. Thus, after everything that has been most carefully weighed, it must finally be established that this pronouncement, I am, I exist, is necessarily true every time I utter it or conceive it in my mind. Here is our certainty. Here is an example of the kind of thing that has to be true. Sometimes this is referred to as the cogito, which is actually the fuller version of I think, therefore I am. He doesn't say I think, therefore I am in the Meditations. He actually says I think, therefore I am in the complete version of the Discourse on Method, which was not included in ours. What he's saying here is that this kind of belief is one that is necessarily true every time I utter it or conceive it in my mind. The key here is not that there's something special about the belief that I exist in and of itself, like the content of the belief. It's that there's something about the way in which we form it, or the way in which we know it to be true. This is the kind of belief that is impervious to the most skeptical doubts, and it's the one that you understand must be true whenever you think it. That's what he's looking for. This is our newfound beginning, is this type of belief. So if we can just find lots of beliefs that are like this, that whenever you think them or conceive them, they must be true, that even if you're being deceived by an evil demon, they have to be true, that's what he thinks we need to find. More of these kinds of beliefs. Yeah?
How can you say that if he thinks that you never know when you're dreaming?
So, suppose we are dreaming right now. Would it follow you don't exist?
I don't know. I mean, it could be like he's saying that, like, if someone's dreaming of him, that he doesn't exist and they do. So that's.
So do it from your perspective and think about. So when he says that I am, I exist, he's not saying Descartes exists. He wants you to be doing this for yourself. You say to yourself, I am, I exist. Could you have that thought and be wrong?
I guess I could be.
How could you have the belief and be wrong?
Well, I mean, I think everyone thinks they exist, but then he says that no one knows if they're dreaming or not.
So just don't worry about other people. Just think about your own individual existence. Because even if you're being deceived, like something is being deceived then. Even if you're dreaming, someone is having the dream. So even what he wants to say is that even under the most skeptical circumstances, you might be able to doubt if there are other people. And so I'm not saying you should believe other people exist. You might be able to doubt if you look the way you look. He's even going to say you might be able to doubt if you even have a body at all. Maybe we don't even have bodies. You might be able to doubt if, all these sort of biographical details of your life. But here's one thing you couldn't doubt, that there is something that is you. Because if you didn't exist, then you couldn't be having these thoughts.
It's not like a physical existence, it's just your
Thought.
yeah.
Your consciousness.
Yeah.
That's what he's getting at. Is that there's some center of consciousness that is having these thoughts, these doubts, these dreams. And that's undeniable, that there's some consciousness that has these things. It's a good question. So he wants to make it clear about the nature of this thing that he calls I. Because it's real easy to mistakenly think that once you say I am, I exist, you can know that you are like the way you are, that you have your past history. I'm not going to read page 44 because I'm trying to get through some material here. But let's see what things that he wants to say here. So one thing I want to point out with this is that the I that he is talking about here is not the I that has a body. It is not. It's not the same thing as having, you know, body parts and looking a certain way. He's thinking about a center of consciousness, something that is holding thoughts. And he says this, which is a really nice summary of what he wants to say we can say about the I. What is the I? It's a thing that thinks. And what is that? It's a thing that has doubts, understands, affirms, denies, wills, refuses, and also imagines and senses. Whatever this I is, it's whatever it is that has all of those functions or has all those kinds of mental activities. That's what he's going to be getting at. When you think about the I, when you think about I am, what am I? Don't picture your body. Don't picture the way you look. Don't associate all the external things associated with you. Think about your thoughts. And this is really important because Descartes thinks that we make a grave mistake in that we think that picturing something, like having a visual image of it, is the same thing as the real thing. In fact, what he's really trying to get you to realize is that there's a way about thinking about things that's not pictorial, that's not visual, that's not sensory, and that's actually the more clear way to understand what something really and truly is. And that's what we should do with the self. When you think about yourself, don't think of your body, just think about this thinking thing that is not in any way sensory, that's not a sensory thing at all. But you know what it is. So the I is not the same thing as the body, because it's possible to be deceived that you have a body while thinking that I am exists. Whatever the I is, he calls a thinking thing. It's whatever it is that has ideas, feelings, judgments, volitions, and sensory images, because it is impossible to be deceived about these things. And what I mean by that is that it's impossible to be deceived that you are experiencing these things. Those experiences themselves might be illusory or false, but the fact that you are having them is not subject to being false. What does this give us? It gives us certainty. It shows us that there really are some ideas that are impervious to doubt. And the hope is, from here, we can try to find more beliefs of the same kind and rebuild that whole inventory of beliefs using only these kinds. I'm going to stop here. There's more in meditation too. Let me first ask if there's any questions about what we've covered, which has been a lot. Thank you for sticking with me and going on this marathon of modern philosophy. For next week, I want you to follow our revised schedule and to read up to page... there are two readings. So it's up to page 68, so the rest of the meditations, and then read your little book about women philosophers, and read pages 9 to 21. That one reads really quickly. So next time we're going to finish Descartes, and we're going to talk about Elizabeth's correspondence with him. All right. this helps if I do this. There we go. I like Calvin and Hobbes. I read Calvin and Hobbes when I was really young. I actually attribute this largely to why I'm a philosopher. I found a lot of what he was doing in these comics fascinating. Here's one. What is the joke? What's supposed to be funny about this? So in the first frame, he says, "Want to see something weird?" Second, he says, "Watch. You put bread in the slot, you push down the lever. Then in a few moments, toast pops up." And then Hobbes says, "Wow, where does the bread go?" And Calvin says, "Beats me. Isn't that weird?" What's so funny about that? What's the joke supposed to be? Yeah.
And the bread disappears and the toaster creates toast.
Yeah, so what it's almost giving the impression is like what? The toaster like annihilates the bread, and then it creates a new toast, a completely different object that it produces. Why? I mean, so this is kind of ridiculous, of course, but why might somebody make that mistake? Is bread the same as toast, or is it kind of different? It's a little different. This idea, believe it or not, is the idea Descartes is pressing at the end of the second meditation. At the end of the second meditation, he gives us this example of the wax. Let's take a look at this on page 45. And the purpose of this example is to try to show us that knowledge of what is within oneself is more certain than knowledge of what he calls corporeal things or material things, physical objects. If you remember, the way that we got to where we are now is that Descartes started his meditations with these concerns that our true beliefs are intermixed with false beliefs, and we can't tell the two apart, at least initially on reflection. That you just grow up picking up certain beliefs, and as you get older, you just come to accept them as all true, but they can't all be true. So he then said, let's doubt everything that can be doubted, let's start over. So he invokes the dream argument, the evil demon argument, to get us to doubt everything and start afresh. Then in the second meditation, he comes upon the belief, I am, I exist. This is a different kind of belief. This is one that has to be true because whenever you think it must be true. There's no way it could be false. Even if an evil genius is tricking you and manipulating your mind, it has to be the case that I am, I exist is true. So, from there, he goes on to this thought, this wax thing. So what he says at the start of the wax on page 45, this is on the right-hand side, in the top right paragraph, which I'm not going to read, what he essentially says there is that even though I've done all this meditating so far, where I can tell myself the only things I ought to affirm are those things that I know to be certain, those things that have to be true whenever I believe them, like I am, I exist, I still find myself slipping into believing things that are less than certain, like there's a cup, for me, I would say there's a cup on the table, or that there are other people in the room. So he says, what if we explore this idea? Instead of trying to doubt it, why don't we find out, is knowledge of things like there's a cup on the table, or there are other people in the room, is that knowledge dependent upon the senses, or do they have another foundation? Because you might think, well, those beliefs, at least I get through the senses. Descartes is going to try to show through this example of the wax, no. You think that the senses are playing the central role in that knowledge, but they're not. Let's see if we can figure this out. So far, so good. Any questions about the setup to where we got here? I just really quickly ran through parts of what we've done here. So what he says on pages 45 and 46 is he says, let's take this piece of wax. Let me examine it on the cool side of the room, and then let me examine it on the hot side of the room, over by the stove or the fireplace. When you take the ball of wax and you look at it on the cool side of the room, he enumerates all these different things that we would say about it. And you'll notice he enumerates all 5 senses, and I've tried to bring that out. The way it tastes, the way it smells, the way it looks, the way it feels, and the way it sounds. According to your 5 senses, this is what wax is when it's cold. It is something that tastes, this particular piece, that it tastes sweet, smells like flowers, it looks white and round, it feels cold and hard, and if you thump it, it makes a noise when struck. But as you carry that piece of wax over to the hot side of the room and inspect it again, you get a completely different set of qualities about it. The way it tastes is different, the way it smells is different, the way it looks is different, the way it feels and the way it sounds are all different. Now, if your senses are the things that tell you what is wax, how is that possible? Because what wax is, according to your senses, is contradictory. It's one thing when it's cold, and it's a completely different thing when it's hot. But everybody knows that just because you carry a piece of wax from one side of the room to the other doesn't mean that it ceases to be wax anymore. We all know that it's still the same thing. How is that possible? He says the only way that this is possible is if the way that we know what wax is not dependent on the senses. If it depended on our sensory experience, then you would be forced to say that the wax when it's cold is one thing and the wax when it's hot is a different kind of thing. And since that isn't what we ordinarily judge, that we are fine saying it's still wax, it must be the case then that the way in which we make judgments about what wax is does not rely on our 5 senses. This is one way to put this, is that our knowledge of what the wax is in itself, and this is the distinction, the way that wax is in itself compared to the way wax appears to be. Descartes is making a distinction that appearances are different from reality. Wax can appear one way, but what it truly is by its essential nature is something different. Our knowledge of what wax is in itself must not be through the senses, since our senses give us different descriptions of the nature of the wax. And this is a key quote here on page 46. He says, "Thus, what I thought I had seen with my eyes, I actually grasped solely with the faculty of judgment which is in my mind." What's going on when you believe that there is a material object around, whether it's a cup on a table or another person sitting next to you or whatever it is, that belief is actually a judgment about those appearances. It's different from the appearances. What you're saying is that these appearances are held or possessed by something that has those appearances. That the appearances are not the same thing as the thing itself. Wax is not the same thing as just being hard and round and white and having a floral smell and a sweet taste and so on. That the wax is distinct from those qualities. It's a different kind of thing altogether. It's the thing. What is the wax? It's that thing that has the qualities. And for that reason, the qualities can change, but it's still the same piece of wax. If the wax was nothing more than those qualities, then when you change the qualities, you no longer have wax anymore. It's a completely different thing. What he's getting at is something, and I say this I think on the next slide, that we're going to explore more when we talk about in Meditation 5. So one of the things he's getting, so what is this thing that we know? How does the mind tell us what it is? Well, the key here is that this is a form of innate knowledge. He's trying to show that even in ordinary judgments about cups on tables, people sitting next to you, chairs behind desks, those beliefs are invoking kind of almost in a way you weren't fully aware of until this moment, he would say, but a kind of judgment that involved an innate idea, an idea that was already in your mind, but you weren't aware of exactly what that was. We have innate knowledge about the essences of things. And this is the bit that will take us back to that we'll pick up on Meditation 5. We believe that the true nature of things are not the same as their appearances, or those surface-level qualities that we pick up on. And he wants to point out the role of judgment in these beliefs. So we do not perceive physical objects directly. We judge that they exist based on appearances. And one of the ideas he closes this chapter with is similar, which is that you don't have a direct perception of people. You don't see another person. Look around the room. Descartes would say, when you look around the room, you don't see people. What do you see? You see bodies. You see skin and hair and clothing. You hear auditory sounds like speaking. But you don't perceive persons. A person, as Descartes is going to argue later, is different from their body. How do you know? Another way to put this is you don't perceive other people's consciousness, do you? How do you know that there's a conscious being sitting next to you? Sometimes when I'm up here teaching, I wonder, how do I know any of y'all are conscious? You could say, well, the behaviors and all these sorts of things, but that's the key, is that you're inferring that there are conscious creatures in this room. But you don't directly perceive other conscious creatures. Well, Descartes is kind of saying that about that same idea is going on with physical objects. You don't directly perceive physical objects. What you perceive are the appearances of these objects in your mind, and then you judge there must be some kind of physical object that is causing me to have these appearances. And so, all of those judgments rely on this innate knowledge where we have within us sort of an innate notion about the essence of these kinds of things we perceive. Any questions about how Meditation 2 is ending? So here's the summary. This is what we've done in Meditation 2. This takes us back to the end of last week's class. So we started out with this thing that scholars call the cogito, the I think, therefore I am. This is a revolutionary discovery for Descartes because this gives us certainty, that foundation for all future knowledge. So after the first meditation leveled all the knowledge we had and erased everything, this is our starting point. Our starting point in the sense that it is the kind of belief that is impervious to doubt, that is absolutely certain. And from here, he thinks now we are in a position to find more of those kinds of beliefs. The cogito also illustrates another key thing for Descartes, which is the essence of this I. When he says I exist or I am, he doesn't want you to think of the way that we sometimes think of ourselves, like having a body or having, a certain, like dressing a certain way or living at a certain location. But when he says I exist, what you should think of is that something is, whatever it is required for my conscious thoughts. Whatever is required to think, when I hold my thoughts, that thing must exist. And then finally, we get the example of the wax, which demonstrates innate ideas and the role of judgment. That's the second meditation in a very, very quick nutshell. Any questions about the way this is playing out? So this takes us to the third meditation. This is sort of, I think of Descartes here. I feel like he's smiling with his eyes. I don't know. But I kind of like this picture of him. The third meditation is arguably the most difficult and the most challenging of all the 6 meditations. This is what he's setting out to do here. he wants to establish the existence of God in order to secure what he calls clear and distinct reasoning with regard to general or universal ideas. Clear and distinct reasoning is just what we talked about with the I am, I exist belief. It's the kind of belief that when you hold it, has to be true. It's the kind of belief that when you carry the thought, there's no way it could be false. So, what he's worried about in this meditation is, how do I know that's always going to be true? How do I know that all clear and distinct thoughts are going to turn out to be true, and not just the few that I've entertained so far? He says that if we can establish the existence of God, then that would guarantee that they're all true, because God would then be the author of my nature. God would be the one who has created my mind this way, and if He's created my mind this way, then we can trust our minds. We know that our minds haven't been put together by a deceiver. How does he go about proving the existence of God? The key idea behind it is that there is an infinite idea of God. Our notion of God, when you think about God, when you think about what is God, what kind of being is God, you should have the idea that God is an infinite being. And based on that concept, Descartes thinks he can establish that God really does exist. We'll see how that plays out. Let's take a look at the doubt that he's looking at here. It starts on 47 on the right column. And I'm going to read some of this. So the very bottom on 47. It says, but what about when I considered something very simple and easy in the areas of arithmetic or geometry? For example, that 2 plus 3 make 5 and the like. Did I not intuit them at least clearly enough so as to affirm them as true? To be sure, I did decide later on that I must doubt these things. But that was only because it occurred to me that some God could perhaps have given me a nature such that I might be deceived even about matters that seemed the most evident. So, and I'll pause there and say, so what he's saying there is just recapping that last part of the first meditation. Remember, after we had the dream argument, we had these other arguments. And the concern was, the dream argument only cast doubt on particular things, on beliefs about this particular water bottle, or this particular person, or this particular class going on. But you could always ask, especially in the dream argument, well, where did I get the concept of a cup, or the concept of a class, or the concept of a person? Where did I get those ideas? So there must be some reality to those ideas, those general ideas that inform my dreams, if I am dreaming. So the next level of doubt, if you recall, takes us to God. And God, he says, well, God could have created you such that you have these general concepts. And even worse, God could have created you so that you have these general concepts and you got them wrong. So that you think about these general ideas and then you get them mistaken. And if God's omnipotent, what's to stop him from doing that? Now we mentioned that God, here's one thing that could stop God, is that he's supposed to be all good. If he's all good, what's he doing deceiving me? So that led him to this materialist or evolutionary argument, but the ultimate expression of this was the evil genius or the evil demon argument. And in that one, what he's saying then is, what if there was an evil person with a lot of power who was controlling my mind? That's where we're picking up here. These general universal ideas remain unknown to us. But we're not certain about them until we can know for sure there is a God. So skipping on that paragraph, still on 48, I'm skipping down a large portion, so about 8 lines from the bottom of that paragraph. He says, the basis for doubting, this kind of doubt about universal general concepts, depending as it does merely on the above hypothesis, is very tenuous and, so to speak, metaphysical. But in order to remove even this basis for doubt, I should at the first opportunity, inquire whether there is a God, and if there is, whether or not he can be a deceiver. For if I am ignorant of this, it appears that I am never capable of being completely certain about anything else. Alright, so here's what we're up to. The doubt that we're dealing with here, as I've talked about, has to do with these general, universal concepts, which would then apply to things like mathematics and general truths, like all red things are colored things. These ideas must come from some perfect source, Descartes thinks, in order to overcome this metaphysical doubt. So we have to establish there is a God before we can move forward and know anything else. Otherwise, the only thing is, so if Descartes can't succeed here, this is what we're stuck knowing. All we could ever know are things like I exist, and right now I am thinking about this book. But you can never know that there is a book. You could never know anything more about yourself. It would just be, these very basic beliefs about I am thinking and then I am having these kinds of thoughts. So we need to have God in order to move beyond that. So in order to get us thinking about how he's going to establish the existence of God, he kind of goes on this little detour about how it is we could know that our ideas about the external world could correspond to reality. And he entertains a few of these different things. This is going to be helpful for understanding the sixth meditation as well as his argument for God's existence. So here's one argument you could put forward, that the ideas that you are entertaining right now occur to you without you willing them to occur. So right now, maybe, you might think it would be better right now for you to be experiencing a beach in Hawaii than sitting in Pennsylvania while it's still snowing, right? You say, why do I have the belief that I'm in snowy Pennsylvania right now? Well, because it's occurring to you against your will. You're not in control of it. If you're not in control of those beliefs, it implies then that they are coming to you from some other source, from some other means, which might then mean that there is a reality that exists that is independent of your will, and that reality is the cause of your thoughts about it. But Descartes says this isn't going to work. Because how can I be sure there isn't some other faculty, one not yet sufficiently known to me, which produces these ideas? You could think about how, like in Freudian psychology, there are parts of your mind that are unknown to yourself. There's like a subconscious that is doing things to you. Descartes says, how do I know there's not another part of my mind that is tricking me or that produces false ideas within my mind? I can't know that. So the fact that I'm having these thoughts against my own will doesn't mean that there must be a world that they correspond to. And even if they did, even if they were produced by an external world, we have this other problem, which is it doesn't follow that the things that are being produced in my mind resemble the way the world is. It could be the case that I'm having these ideas and they're produced by a world that's entirely different than the representations that are in my mind. So this won't work. So here's another attempt he makes. He suggests this, that because the degree of reality in those ideas requires some greater cause. Now this is a very strange thing for us to hear. We tend to think reality is a yes or no thing. It's either real or it's not. Not that some things have more reality or less reality to them. But in Descartes' metaphysics, and the metaphysics largely accepted at his time, this is actually this is something they would say, that there is more or less reality to things. To explain this part of the argument, and this is the part that's most directly related to God, or his God argument, we have to take a little metaphysical interlude and explain some terms. So there are two kinds of existence, things that exist. There are substances and there are modes. Sometimes today we say properties, qualities, features for modes. A substance is, well, it's really hard to define, but roughly we could just say it's any particular thing. So, my water bottle is a substance. Your book is a substance. Your body is a substance. The table is a substance. Substances are just particular things. There are material substances, and then there are immaterial substances. An immaterial substance would be, according to Descartes, something like your mind or your soul. God would be an immaterial substance. If there are angels and demons, those would be immaterial substances. They are entities that are not made up of matter, but are nonetheless particular things. A mode is a way in which something exists. And like I said, we sometimes call these properties, qualities, or features. Now, there are properties, qualities, and features of material things, like their shape, size, and location. There are also properties or modes of immaterial substances. And so what would be a mode of your mind? Well, it would be like one of your feelings or ideas, a judgment that you make, a choice that you make, the desires that you feel.
So, like, a mode would be something you experience through your senses, right?
It could be. It could be, yeah. So, like, the smell of a flower, right? The smell of a rose, that would be a mode in your mind. That sensation.
All right.
The sensation of, like, the smell of a rose is in your mind. That's a mode. But your mind is the thing that has it.
Okay.
So, just work with a material object first. So, like this little controller. It's a substance. One of its modes is, at least for the most part, being like black color. The blackness does not, like black does not exist. Like blackness is not something that you could point to and say that's what it is. Blackness is a feature of a substance. Blackness only exists insofar as a substance possesses it. But this remote is different from just being blackness, because if I painted the remote white, it would still be the same remote. So this remote, the way in which this remote exists right now is in the black way, and by exhibiting blackness, instantiating what is black. But the blackness is distinct from the remote itself. Yeah?
Can you have an immaterial substance without a property?
I think the answer... This is kind of an interesting question. The question of what the intelligibility of substance at all is going to be a question through the duration of the course. What I want to say in response is that most people think that you cannot have substances without properties. Otherwise, how would you pick it out, or how would you discover? Like the way in which we know what substances are through properties. If you take a substance and you strip away all of its properties, this is an argument against substances too, but is that what's left? Well, it seems like nothing. We'll see, for an immaterial substance, this gets trickier.
Okay.
We'll see if we address any of these as we move forward. We can come back to this question either later as we move forward or even later in the course.
Okay.
Yes, Zach?
I'm just making sure I have this the right way, just so I don't get confused off the bat. The remote that you had.
Yep.
It's a material substance, but its mode is the black, right? Okay, so the mode has to do with the substance itself.
Yeah, so modes are just once again, the qualities, the features of the substance.
Okay, I was just making sure I had that right.
Another mode of this remote is that it's made of plastic. Yeah.
Can a mode exist without a substance?
No.
Okay.
That one, once again, unless we're going to see people, there are people later in the course we're going to study who deny the existence of substances. For now, let me try to convince you Descartes is right and work under the assumption that you don't just have here's the thought. You don't just have these qualities just flying around loose and undetached from things. They seem to be located in something. Like there's something that ties all those properties together. And that thing that holds all the properties together is the remote. Now, if you talk to Brianna, she also is aware of other contemporary views on this. She was in my metaphysics class where we talked about things like the bundle theory and so on. They deny substances. We're going to read Berkeley and Hume later in the course, and they, at least Hume for sure, Berkeley seems to be a bundle theorist. When we get to there, you'll know what I'm saying. But the idea for now is that substances are sort of the things that hold the properties, but they are distinct from the properties. They're not identical to the properties they possess. Other questions about this? These metaphysical points I'm making are helpful not just for understanding Descartes, but many other things we're doing. So if this is not clear to you, which it may not be for a lot of people, this is a good time to try to get a little further in your understanding. We'll rock and roll from here. A few more metaphysical distinctions. Descartes talks about objective reality and formal reality. Objective reality is the amount of reality that something has in virtue of it being a representation. So, what does that mean? So think of objective reality, not in the sense, sometimes when we say objective, we think of it as like detached from the mind or detached from a perspective. Do not think of it that way. Objective in this sense means like object of thought, like the object that you have in mind. So what he means by objective reality is just the reality something has insofar as you think about it. The reality that your thoughts possess. Like if you think about, here's one way that you could get into Descartes' mindset. When you think about a pink elephant, there is something that you are thinking about. And that thing you are thinking about, therefore, must have some degree of reality to it. Otherwise, what are you thinking about? The second kind of reality is what he calls formal reality. Formal reality is the kind of reality something has in virtue of the kind of thing it is. So in virtue of its own essence and of its own nature. So this would be the difference. When you think about an elephant, your thought has some degree of reality to it. But an elephant, in and of itself, independent of your thoughts, like just the fact of there being an elephant has a degree of reality to it as well. And reality, or existence, comes in degrees. So here's the way that this works out. Modes have less existence than substances. Why? Because modes depend on substances for their existence. As we were kind of going through that idea that Descartes has, a mode does not exist on its own. A mode exists because it is instantiated in a substance. For that reason, the substances have more reality to them than the modes, because substances have a kind of independent existence. And secondly, if one substance is greater than another, then it will have more existence than the other. And I don't know for sure how exactly this would play out, but maybe here's a thought. An elephant has more formal reality to it than a fly. Why? Because there's more stuff that makes up the elephant. There's more of the elephant. So if there's more elephant, then there's more reality. Maybe it's not, so that's one crude way to get it. Maybe what Descartes would say is more about the quality of something. So that the elephant, here's maybe another thing that he might say, that you as a person have more reality than an elephant. Why? Because you are a better qualitative thing that exists. You have reason, you have morality, you have a rich plethora of emotions and sensations and ideas and thoughts. And that makes you have more reality to you than what an elephant is, especially in Descartes' view of what an animal is. Another thing to keep in mind, because we're going to be talking about God in a minute, is that God, being infinite, has more reality in his being than anything else. So whatever else we say about comparing other substances, God is the trump card overall, no matter what. Because God has the most in terms of size by being infinite, and the most in terms of quality in being absolutely perfect. So, questions about this distinction, and then we resume where we are with Descartes here. Yeah?
How can one substance be greater than another?
Either in terms of just mass,
Like how big they are?
yeah, or in terms of just qualitatively the kind of thing it is. So once again, human beings, maybe there's something greater about our existence than the existence of rocks. Even a boulder that's 5 times my size, you might say that there's more reality perhaps to my existence than to that rock, because I have hopefully more nobility in my being than in it. That's what they're thinking. Yeah?
But if you were to compare two people, one of them who was bigger in size, but the smaller one had more intellect, which one would be greater?
That's a good question. I suspect Descartes would value the aspects of intellect more. However, Descartes still might think that they're equal because maybe in Descartes' mind they both have the same potential. And maybe that's all that he would say is necessary to say that they're equal. That just because one is in fact more intelligent than the other doesn't mean that the other one actually is superior in any way. So, if we bring this back to God, or before we do God, he wants to talk about reality again, or I want to tie this back around. To make the argument work, we have to talk about this causal principle, which he brings up on page 49. This is the way Descartes puts it. There must be at least as much reality in the efficient and total cause as there is in the effect of that same cause. What does that mean? Here's a simple way to put it. Something cannot come from nothing. You can't get something from nothing. What he's getting at is that the effect can't have more in it than its cause. Otherwise, what you're doing is you're getting something for nothing. Another way in which Descartes intends this to be understood, and probably is a little more controversial, is this. That which is more perfect cannot come from what is less perfect. But he thinks something like this has to be right. In fact, he thinks this is something that is clear and distinct. And when he thinks that when you really think about this, the truth of this particular claim is just as evident as the claim that I exist, must be true. If you really think this thought, and you really carefully understand what it means, the truth of this statement has to be self-evident. It's the sort of thing that when you think it and you understand it, there should be a kind of, aha, of course that's true. There's no way that can be false. If this were false, then you could create something out of nothing, and that's impossible. So this is what I just said is illustrating what he calls the light of nature. It's a clear and distinct idea. You know that this is true. It is justified on the grounds that when you think about it, the truth of this idea is evident just by entertaining the thought. And here's the passage where he says this on 49. This is manifestly true not merely for those effects whose reality is actual or formal, but also for ideas in which only objective reality is considered. So here's where we're talking about cause and effect, not just of things that exist, what he calls actually or formally, those things that exist out in the world, but also when we consider things with regard to their objective reality, which is the reality that we have of things insofar as they are an object of thought. So, let's come back to the text. I want to make sure that I'm not getting too far away from what we're reading and show you how all this ties in now. After doing all that metaphysical parsing, there is payoff, I hope. Look on the bottom paragraph that spans page 50 there, the two columns. So he says, "And the longer and more attentively I examine all these points, the more clearly and distinctly I know they are true. But what am I ultimately to conclude? If the objective reality of any of my ideas is found to be so great that I am certain that the same reality was not in me, either eminently or formally, and that therefore I myself cannot be the cause of the ideas, then it necessarily follows that I am not alone in the world, but that something else which is the cause of this idea also exists. But if no such idea is found in me, I will have no argument whatsoever to make me certain of the existence of anything other than myself. For I have conscientiously reviewed all these arguments, and so far I have been unable to find any other." So what he's trying to do here is this. He's asking himself, is there any thought that I possess that has so much reality in it that I have to conclude it's not something I created myself? Is there anything that I think about, any thought that I hold that has so much reality to it that I have to conclude, actually, something else must have caused it, because it's greater than something I could have created within my own being? So what he goes through next, if you kept reading here, is he talks about other men, animals, angels, corporeal things like physical objects, and God. Let me see if I can illustrate what he's doing here. You find yourself with the idea of a tree. So the thing that's in the thought bubble is the objective reality. When you think about a tree, when you have the idea of a tree, when you have just the thought of a tree, whether you're asleep or awake, you look at a tree, you get this in your mind. Now Descartes asks, given the reality of this thought, what can I conclude caused me to have this thought? This thought is an effect. What is the cause of this idea? Could it be, so if we start on the bottom left of the screen, could I be the cause of the thought? Could there be something within my own mind that is just generating these thoughts without me being aware of it? Could it be actually something like the very thought itself, like a tree, that is causing me to have this thought? Could it be a rock? So what I put here was like something else that is out there in the world that doesn't even look like a tree. Could that be causing my idea of the tree? And then, our favorite character, the evil demon, could he be the one that's causing me to have this thought? Which one is it? Well, okay. Descartes is going to say when it comes to something like a tree, the answer is we don't know. It could be any of these things. Any of these things, for all we know, could be causing us to have this idea. Why? Because the amount of reality in the thought of a tree is so low that anything that is greater than the thought of the tree could cause you to have that idea. So, it could be you. It could be a tree. It could be another thing out there in the world that's not like a tree. Or it could be an evil demon or an evil genius doing it. But in any case, you can't rule any of these out.
Why is the thought of something else that's not a tree possibly greater than the tree? Because it's a substance, here's the answer. It's a substance with formal reality to it. This thing is a substance. This thing in your mind is a mode. It's just a mode of your thoughts. So it could, since substances have more reality to them than modes, some other substance could, for all we know, be causing you to have this. Why is that substance not a mode? If that could be causing your thought, how is that other substance not also a mode?
The reason is that this thing exists independent of your thoughts, whereas this thing in your mind only exists because you think it.
So we're talking about just the thought, which is the mode, and those are all things that could have caused that mode.
That's right. When you see this thing in the thought bubble, don't think a physical tree. Think your thought of a tree.
All right.
So it's like you're staring at a rock thinking about a tree.
That's right. And if you want to take this more seriously, this option, one way to do that is to think, well, they're optical illusions, right? You've seen the movie Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. He gets to that point where he gets to that thing and it looks like there's a chasm there. It's not really a chasm, there's this bridge, but the bridge looks exactly like the background, right? So it appears like something that is not... So you could imagine, what if there were a tree that was like set up, a set of boulders that was set up just right, and you were in just the right angle. It could cause you to have the impression or the experience of a tree, even though you're not actually having one. Or even though there's not actually a tree there, I mean. It's always possible stuff like that is happening. And if you're a really unfortunate person, your whole life could be made up of those things. Really unfortunate. So, at the end of the day, it comes down to God. God alone is the only thing we can use this argument for. And this takes us to the very top right of 51. And this is sort of the summary paragraph. He goes into this more detail throughout the meditation. He says, and let me just read this short paragraph. Thus, there remains only the idea of God. I must consider whether there is anything in this idea that could not have originated from me. I understand by the name God a certain substance that is infinite, independent, supremely intelligent, and supremely powerful, and that created me along with everything else that exists. If anything else exists, indeed all these are such that the more carefully I focus my attention on them, the less possible it seems they could have arisen from myself alone. Thus, from what has been said, I must concede that God necessarily exists. Very fast argument there. Let's see what he's saying. So now we need to think about God. Our idea of God, now here's Descartes' language. The objective reality that makes up this thought is different than the objective reality that makes up your thought of a tree, or a rock, or even yourself. Why? Because the objective reality that makes up your thought of God is of an infinite substance, an absolutely perfect being. And notice, I used a little lazy 8 there to illustrate infinity. That's really the key thing, is that your idea of God, he's going to say no matter who you are, if you believe in God or if you're an atheist, if you think about it, what we all think of when we think of God is supposed to be of some infinite substance. Something that is supremely perfect in all ways. Well, where did we get this idea of supreme perfection, or of an infinite substance? Could I be the cause of that? No. Why? Because I am a finite thing, and I am an imperfect thing. Since I am finite and imperfect, I couldn't have created this thought, because remember that causal principle we saw a few slides back. You cannot get something from nothing. You cannot get something more perfect from that which is less perfect. So something which is finite and imperfect cannot be the cause of that which is perfect and infinite. Could it be some other finite object outside of me? No. Because of the same reasons. It is imperfect and finite. Could it be an evil demon causing me to have this idea? Wrong again. The only thing that Descartes argues, that could give me this idea of God would be God. It has to be something that is infinite and perfect. Otherwise, there would be no way for you to get the concept of infinity and perfection. It has to be God. And here's the cool thing if Descartes' right. That causal principle, like I said, was justified by being a clear and distinct idea. Likewise, Descartes thinks that, how do you know that this idea of God is correct? Or how do you know that you have this idea of God? Because it's a clear and distinct idea. It is something that you know is correct because that when you reflect on it, you understand it must be true. The argument is basically this. Our causal principle goes first. No effect can contain more reality than its cause. No effect can contain more reality than its cause. So that's whether in terms of like greatness of reality or perfection to imperfection, the idea is that no effect can contain more reality than its cause. And that is justified, like I said, by being a clear and distinct idea. An idea that when you think about it and understand it, you recognize it must be true. The second premise is just that my idea of God is that of an infinite substance, a supremely perfect being. How is that justified? It is justified by clear and distinct reasoning. Just by reflecting and entertaining that thought, it follows that it must be correct. Therefore, from those two claims, it does follow that there must be then some infinite, I could add in there perfect, oh, I did get it there, an infinite substance that is supremely perfect. Otherwise, this idea would have been, there's no explanation for the cause of the idea. The idea you possess needs to be explained, and the only possible explanation would be an infinite perfect substance. Now, some people, your reaction to this is either disbelief or you're impressed. I don't know. Descartes does consider objections to this approach. And that's what largely happens in the last parts of this essay, this meditation. So he considers other possible causes for this idea. So one of the ones he entertains on page 52 is the idea that I might have confused or come up with this idea of God because of my potential to be perfect. So basically, I based my idea of God on myself. Might sound kind of weird, but actually there's some attempts to explain away religion psychologically that actually follow these kinds of lines. So could the potential to be perfect that is within myself be the basis for my idea of God? Descartes says no, because a potential being cannot create this idea. The fact that you have the potential to be perfect does not mean that you are actually perfect. So if you were actually perfect, yes, you could create this idea. But since we all know that we are not perfect, after all, you have potential. If you have potential to get better, guess what? You're not perfect. There's room to grow. So since you are a potential being, you cannot create this idea. It has to come from an actually perfect being. Could this idea have been caused by some less perfect being? So one of the things he entertains on page 53 is, what about my parents? Because a lot of you, if I were to go down there and say, where did you get your idea of God? Some of you might say, my parents taught me. Descartes would say, your parents really didn't teach you what the idea of God is. Maybe they brought your attention to this idea, but they didn't introduce it. Because they're not capable of giving you this idea. This idea of something that is absolutely perfect and infinite would have to come from something that is absolutely perfect and infinite. So your parents are not able to give you this idea because they are finite and imperfect. Could this idea have been cobbled together from several partial finite causes? You know, that we get this idea of God maybe from several different sources. And Descartes will basically keep repeating the same thing. All of that doesn't add up to infinity. Moreover, your idea of God, Descartes says, is one that has great simplicity and unity and inseparability about it. It's not that your idea of God is not like the idea of like these Greek mythological creatures that are like half lion, half eagle, half lizard, and so on. Your idea of God is more of a simple and coherent unity to it that is not cobbled together from a variety of different kinds of things. And so for that reason, he thinks, it's not the sort of belief that you could just put together from all these other partial finite causes.
Is God the only thing that he thinks is perfect? Like, would he say anything else is?
No, only God is truly and supremely perfect.
So he says that we could create anything because everything else is less perfect than us.
Explain that to me real fast. What are you thinking with that?
Well, if he's the only thing that's more perfect than us, then we could be able to create anything because nothing's more perfect than us.
Although the key thing is that we are not perfect, right? So as long as we still have imperfections in us, we wouldn't be able to create anything greater than ourselves.
Well, what would he consider greater than ourselves besides God?
Well, that's an interesting question. Some people think, so this is a little weird, but like angels might be greater than us. Something that's greater than humans but less than God.
Yeah.
As far as that's so maybe I think you're basically right then. So besides those things, we can't create God. We can't create any of those other kinds of beings if there are any that are greater than us. We basically have the potential to create anything else. Yeah.
Like, did he believe in, like, Jesus?
Yeah, he was a Catholic.
Well, he was Catholic, but so Jesus came from Mary, who was thought to be perfect too, but she came from imperfect parents. So how would that work if we can't make something perfect if we're imperfect?
I would argue, well, this is what I would say. Talk to your religion professor. That's a tough issue to resolve in anybody's metaphysics, not let alone Descartes. Usually the solution is something roughly like this, that we distinguish between Christ's human nature and his divine nature. Christ's divine nature did not come from Mary.
Yeah.
And so the divine nature comes directly from God.
But Mary herself was seen to be perfect also.
Perfect only not in the sense he means perfect.
Oh, okay.
Morally perfect.
No.
So that would be the sense that this is sometimes we talk about like a perfect cup or a perfect circle or a perfect book or a perfect song. None of those things can actually be perfect on Descartes' view. Because all of them by their nature are limited and finite. Perfection would only apply to something that has all perfection. So it's a little different than the way we ordinarily talk, for sure. So Descartes would say Mary was maybe morally perfect, but not perfect in all respects. To be perfect in all respects, she would have to be like omnipotent and omniscient. Good questions. Anything else on this end? We're going to talk more about God throughout this whole class. God was a subject that all these thinkers were interested in discussing, and there's a lot to be said about what these arguments, if they're any good or not.
A while back, you said infinite things cannot be added to, and that's not right mathematically. I'm just wondering, like, is there a different, like, definition of infinite we're using here?
So, what was I saying with regards to that?
You can't. I can't. Is a slide before this? Sorry.
Mm-hmm. May have been the one before this one, even.
I don't know.
Because I was talking about this idea that you couldn't.
No, it was that one.
Yeah, this.
I don't know. Never mind.
And this something I was thinking about that might be related to this, that you can't arrive at this concept of infinity by joining together a bunch of finite things. If it comes back, let me know.
Okay.
You're right. I mean, I didn't. If I said something like that, I didn't mean to.
Okay.
If anybody falls upon this idea again, I'm happy to go back over that. Here's our summary statement of the third meditation. So the whole meditation, we go through all this stuff about God, objective and formal reality, substances and modes, and you're like, what is the point? Let's just bring it all the way back to the beginning. The only way to ensure that my thoughts about general concepts are reliable is to know that my mind has been produced by a perfect being. So he's from the beginning, very concerned about how do I secure this general reasoning. And the only way that he can be confident of that is if he was produced by a perfect being. Since, if you grant it, the existence of God has been proven, and it's been proven on the grounds that the only possible cause for my ideas must be an infinite perfect being. So this gives us now new confidence in our ability to reason and rely upon general concepts. So, whatever you want to say, sometimes when we think about God, we think of God for a variety of reasons, whether you believe in God or not. Descartes is invoking God for a very specific purpose. Not to save his soul, not to give him comfort in an afterlife, not to help him be moral or virtuous. He needs God so that he can know 2 + 3 = 5. That's the role of God here. God is helping secure the fact that when he thinks about general concepts, he knows his mind is not leading him astray. There's not an evil demon deceiving him. There's a supremely perfect God. He would not allow that kind of deception to take place. Questions about meditation 3. This is arguably the fastest anybody in the universe has ever covered it. Let's go ahead then and take a quick break here. So let's go ahead and keep it at about 10 minutes. So when our clock strikes 6:50, we will resume class. Right. We just finished the third meditation. There's a very interesting thing that follows from the third meditation. So this summary is actually really nice in that it brings out 2 things. The purpose is to try to establish this ability to think about general ideas in a clear and distinct way. And furthermore, we proved that God exists on the basis of clear and distinct thinking. This has created what is commonly called the problem of the Cartesian circle. And if you're looking for something to do research on for your papers, you will find a ton of articles published in the past 5 years, probably the past 2 years, you could find a mess of them, that are just on trying to understand this problem. What is going on with the Cartesian circle? The problem is in the third meditation, it seems like Descartes introduces circular reasoning. So here's the circle. On the one hand, God is needed to ensure that clear and distinct ideas are true. If I don't have God in place, I can't be sure that 2 + 3 = 5 and any other clear and distinct ideas. But how do I prove that there is a God? Well, because I relied upon clear and distinct ideas. Uh-oh. So if you need God to establish the general reliability of clear and distinct ideas, so you prove that God exists. And what's the way in which you prove God exists? On clear and distinct ideas. It seems like you've got a problem of circularity here. That you're assuming either, if you're using clear and distinct ideas to establish God exists, then you must think they're generally true. But we are trying to prove God exists in order to show that they are generally true. So many people think that Descartes has really stepped in it here. That he has introduced this problem that you can't take back. That once you say that I can't trust my mind until I prove there's a God, here's one way this is often taken. I can't trust my mind until I prove that God made it. But how do I prove there's a God? By using my mind. Well, you can't do that.
So that goes against his original statement of I think, therefore I am, because in order for him to be reality, God would have to be reality as well. But he did it the opposite way. Thought of himself as reality and then tried to go for finding God as reality.
Here's one way I might suggest actually Descartes isn't in such bad trouble. So, because you point out, then what was the point of the second meditation? How come he said that we could know certain things then? What he's doing in the second meditation is showing particular clear and distinct ideas are true. What he's dealing with in the third meditation is the general reliability of all clear and distinct ideas. Maybe, so here's my thought, maybe he hasn't stepped in it so bad. Maybe this is only an apparent problem. What he's trying to do is prove the generality of clear and distinct thinking to be correct. And then he establishes the existence of God by appealing to particular or specific clear and distinct ideas. Maybe Descartes isn't actually caught in a circle. He's using specific claims to prove the general, as opposed to saying that he's relying on the same kinds of things here. And so the I think, I am, I exist, those are all particular claims. If you're interested in some articles that explore that idea for your paper, I'd be happy to point you in that direction. And that, I believe, is the end of our slides for the third meditation. This takes us to a new slideshow for the fourth meditation. The fourth meditation naturally follows from the third. So, ignoring some of the problems we just raised for the third meditation, the question arises, I mean, it's sort of like, hey, I fixed the fact that my mind could have false beliefs in it, because God is the author of my mind. So, this bullet point I have under on meditation 3. Right? Since there is a God, I can conclude that I can trust the operations of my mind because it's been put together by a perfect being. Well, the fourth meditation actually then considers the opposite problem. Well, if God created my mind, which I needed to establish, then how can my mind be imperfect? And how can it produce any false beliefs? I mean, it's almost like he went from one extreme to the other, right? He went from saying, how can I believe anything at all to be true because I don't know the author of my being? Then he says, I know the author of my being, it's a supremely perfect being. And now you have to say, holy crap, how could a supremely perfect being make me such that I'm capable of having false beliefs? How could a perfect being create me that is riddled with errors? And that's what we're doing in the fourth meditation. What we're going to do is break into some groups and talk about some specific things in the fourth meditation. Questions. So here's one of the easy questions. What are the two faculties Descartes believes are responsible for creating these falsehoods, or for him acquiring falsehoods? What are the two faculties? Go for it.
He says his faculty of knowing and his faculty of choosing.
Yeah, the faculty of knowing, and he sometimes calls this different names, but faculty of intellect. It's that thing that we rely upon that tells us things are true or false. It's, remember way back to Discourse on Method a couple weeks ago when he says good reason is the most well-distributed thing in the world? That's what he's talking about. The thing that lets you know some things are true and some things are false. That thing that tells you, when you think I am, I exist, and you go, that's got to be true. That's the intellect. That's this faculty of reason, of knowing or understanding. The other one is the faculty of choosing, which is just, in Descartes' view, free will. Your ability to make free choices. So the second question is, what do you say about the extent of these two things? The extent of the will compared to the ability to understand. How do those compare to one another?
Given that the extent of his free will is definitely sufficient enough, and he's basically not going to complain about it.
In what way? So how does he say that it's limited? Is it unlimited? What does he say about the will? Yeah.
It's limited to his choice that he can make.
Although, I mean, what are the range of choices that he can make?
Exactly. It's limited to the subject that he's making choices about.
Did you say it is? Did you say it is limited or it is unlimited?
It's limited to the number of choices that he could make. Like if you could make 100 choices,
He is going to actually argue, or states in here, that it is virtually unlimited. That it's the one thing that we have that makes us the most like God, which is incredible if you think about this. So, I mean, when he thinks about making a choice, it's not. Sometimes it's in a weird way, in that in a sense, Descartes thinks you could choose to be a bird. But if you choose, of course, if you make the choice, you would fail at that because you can't fly. But that doesn't stop you from making that choice. Descartes thinks that we have the unfettered ability to choose anything whatsoever. So our will is unlimited, but our understanding, is it unlimited or is it limited?
Limited.
It's limited. It has a finite reach. We don't know everything. There are some things we can't understand, we can't process. So here's the setup for how he wants to deal with this problem. We've got unlimited free will. We've got limited intellect or understanding. So, based on this paragraph, what are some of the different things you came up with that explain how we make errors? When do we fall into making errors?
We make errors because like what we understand, what we know, is we see that as a truth, but there's other things that we don't know, so that can form an error.
So, our intellect sometimes tells us these things are true, these things are false, but since it's limited, there are other things that the intellect has no ruling on. It doesn't tell you it is true or false. So, for instance, right now, if you were thinking, I exist, the intellect informs you that is true, it has to be true. You can't have that thought and it be false. So when you affirm that, when you choose to affirm that, you're just following what your intellect has told you. But what if you, right now, what if you hear a car alarm going off outside and you form the belief, or you choose to believe, someone's stealing a car? Descartes would say, whoa, 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 you've just done something you're not allowed to do, so to speak. That you are choosing to believe things that your intellect did not tell you must be true. If you hear a car alarm outside, that could be a number of different things. It doesn't mean someone's stealing a car. Could mean a cat or squirrel jumped on a car. Could mean somebody forgot to turn off their alarm before they pulled their door handle. It could mean that, sometimes if the wind blows really strongly, that, it made the alarm go off. There's a number of different causes that could have brought about the car alarm going off. We fall into error, as he says, because our will is greater than our understanding. If we just willed those things that are within the limits of our understanding, we'd never make a mistake. The problem is that we overstep what we are entitled to say in beliefs. That when we start going from the things that are certain and clear and distinct, and then we no longer stay within those bounds, but we start making judgments about things that are not clear and distinct, that are not certain. So he thinks the problem is that, maybe not the problem, but the reason why we make errors is because we foolishly, it is our fault for extending our choices beyond what our understanding lets us say. Does that make sense? Anybody, would you like another illustration of this? Anybody come up with something different here? Did anybody get to number 4? I was just curious. Alright, a few groups did.
I just looked at it real quick and I have.
What are your thoughts on number 4?
I felt that he wasn't really blaming God, but rather thanking him for not only having intellect, but also having the increased capacity to have in this world to make errors. And he argues that having this will is better than not having this will because it gives him more capabilities.
So he doesn't want to blame God because, for one, his understanding is good and his will is good. So why should God take the fall for this? God's been good in creating him this way. Yeah.
We also, to go off of that, we also said that if you're reading midway through the paragraph, he states that it's not God's fault that he doesn't use his freedom well, that he makes judgments about things that he does not properly understand.
Yeah, so the fault is on Descartes' end for choosing to make these judgments about things that you don't fully understand. When you make judgments about those things that outstrip what your intellect tells you are true. Good.
That's
good answer. So, here's how Descartes does the 4th meditation. God is good because he created me with a good intellect. this intellect does accurately and reliably tell me what is true and what is false. The only thing that you could say is that is weak about my intellect is it doesn't tell me everything. It's limited in the scope of things that it can inform me about the truth or falsehood of it. But he says that, I mean, why should I be mad at God about that? I mean, is God obligated to make me omniscient? I don't think so. So it's okay that God made me with a good but limited intellect. And furthermore, God gave me this free will, and the free will God gave me is like the greatest thing on earth. I mean, it's the greatest faculty I possess. And for that reason, I can't blame God. So God gets off the hook because God has given Descartes good intellect, good will, and Descartes is to blame because it is through the misuse of free will that that he falls into error. It's not that God makes him fall into error. Descartes chooses things that leads him to error. Yeah.
So basically, free will limits our intellect.
Maybe a better way to put it is that free will I would almost say it the other way. Free will steps beyond what our intellect allows us to do.
Okay.
So the intellect is trying to say only believe these few number of things, but we foolishly say, no, I want to believe more things than what my intellect says are true. That's the way Descartes wants you to understand. This is kind of like the problem of evil. He never directly takes on the problem of evil here, but I think that he would say similar things about it. Free will is the cause of that. So this is what we're doing for meditation 4. Were there any other questions, comments, ideas, things that came up in this reading that you would like to talk about, or questions you had that you'd like me to try to answer? All right, go ahead and, if you'd like to go back to your seats, let's go ahead and go back to our original seats. Make sure you have access to your notes and you're comfortable and back to doing our usual classroom thing. Yeah, I'm going to take these up. If you want to turn them in now, I'll take them. If you want to give it to me after class, I'll take it then too. I don't need the questions, just the answers. Thank you. As we move into the 5th meditation now, the 5th meditation was hopefully, I mean, it's not easy to understand. None of the readings are, of course, but it's a lot shorter, which maybe was a breath of fresh air. There's really one main topic of the 5th meditation. And the main topic is what I'll be referring to as our knowledge of essences, the essence of things. This hopefully connects up with what I was saying about the wax. That Descartes thinks that we have innate knowledge of the essences of all sorts of things. And then he's going to explore sort of a second argument for the existence of God, based on this newfound understanding of essences. So, on page 58, he says, so this is, I mean, when you're going through the meditations, one of the things that you're probably often thinking about is, why don't we get to knowledge of physical objects? I'm sick of all this inward meditating, my own thoughts, the existence of God. When do I get to things like chairs and tables and other people? When do I get to those beliefs? They're coming in meditation 6. Before we get there, though, Descartes says, before inquiring whether any such things exist outside of me, I surely ought to consider the ideas of these things, insofar as they exist in my thought, and see which ones are distinct and which ones are confused. So what he's thinking of is, I have the idea of a book and of a table, of another person, of a tree, and so on. What is it about these ideas? Before I start asking whether anything corresponds in the external world to those ideas, let me just see what can I conclude about those ideas themselves. one of the things he's going to be focusing on, when he talks about the ideas of things, I mean for us to use this other word, essence. The idea of something, or at least the idea of things in general, tells us what their essence is. So for Descartes, a material object, what is the essence of being a material thing for Descartes? The essence of a material thing is to be extended. And here's an argument or a way to test essences. Can you imagine something of that kind not having that feature? So is it possible for something to be a material thing and not be extended, to have like dimension to it? And it seems like a lot of people have concluded Descartes was right. That I can't imagine, it's not possible to imagine matter, something composed of matter, but not having extension to it. It's made of matter, it's got to have some kind of extended quality about it. Let's see what else we can think about that have other essential truths that we can arrive at. Another key part to this is also going to be thinking that essences for Descartes are innate knowledge. That we know what essences are, not because we learned them through experience, but that your mind was already stocked up with all these things at birth. Who stocked them up? Thank goodness God did. God is, once again, responsible for this aspect of us. He says that essences are, what he says are real. They're not imagined, they're not fabricated, they are real things. Why? Because they have their own, what he calls, true and immutable natures. To be immutable is to be unchanging, to not be subject to change. He uses the example of a triangle. He thinks when you reflect on the concept you have of a triangle, you have to think of a two-dimensional geometrical figure where the interior angles, if you added them up, all add up to 180 degrees, or two right angles. It has to be a three-sided enclosed figure. Now, you didn't come to that idea by studying triangles. It's not like you go, okay, here's one triangle. It happens to have three sides. It happens to have three angles. It happens to have all interior angles that add up to 180 degrees. Okay. Here's a second triangle. It also has three sides. It also has three angles, and all of its interior angles also add up to two right angles. Amazing. What a coincidence. And even a third one. You don't keep doing it. It's not like after a while you go, I bet they all are like that. You know that all triangles are like this without having to study all of them. How are we able to do that? He thinks that the reason why is because that knowledge is innate. If it wasn't innate in us, then we might be sitting here wondering, I know these ones are all like that, but how do I know they all are like that? How do I know there isn't some kind of triangle that no one has yet discovered where all the interior angles add up to like 190 degrees? How do I know that it must be 180 degrees? You know that, he says, because it's innate within you. And furthermore, you didn't create these ideas. Otherwise, you would be free to say, in my idea of a triangle, the interior angles only add up to 90 degrees. You're not at liberty to do that. You cannot make triangles whatever you want them to be. They have a certain nature, and that nature is independent of the way you want them to be. And what's true of triangles is true of all concepts, he thinks. That the nature of what a book is, or the nature of what a circle is, the nature of what a person is, the nature of what, a dog or a cat or, cheesecake, all of these things have a certain nature. And you are not at liberty to make them what they are. They are that way, and you make them. You don't make them that way, you recognize that it must be that way. That their essential nature is just what makes them, is what ties them all together, what they all have in common. And this is, like I said with the wax, this comes back to how is it that you're able to recognize what wax is when it's hot and when it's cold? Because your mind recognizes that essential nature that is common to all of it. One of the passages that he has in here on 58, when he talks about it, it's on the right column in the middle, in that second full paragraph. If you want to look and find it, you can. But this is like a playbook straight out of Plato's philosophy. He says, he's talking about these essences, and he says, their truth is so open and so much in accord with my nature that when I first discover them, it seems I am not so much learning something new as recalling something I knew beforehand. In other words, it seems as though I am noticing things for the first time that were in fact in me for a long while, although I had not previously directed my mental gaze upon them. Some of you may have read some Plato in your introduction to philosophy classes. This is Plato right here. Plato, if you read some of the Republic, or if you read a dialogue called Meno, and maybe some of the other ones, you would see Plato saying, the way that we come to knowledge is not really by learning anything new, but by remembering things that we had in our minds from birth. This is essentially what Descartes is also saying here. When I look at a triangle, and I come to realize that the interior angles always add up to 180 degrees, it's not that I have the feeling like I learned something new, as much as it's like I'm recalling something that's been within me forever. And maybe, some people agree with this, some people don't. Maybe you get that same feeling when you do, there's a different way in which you learn math versus how you learn science. When you get math, like when you learn basic algebra or geometry, there's a certain kind of like aha to recognizing how to do those things that's different than like when you learn the double helix structure of DNA. I mean, the double helix structure of DNA is cool, but you don't sit there and go, oh, aha, that's what it is. That's how it has to be. Whereas when you learn about the interior angles of triangles, or the properties of parallel lines, or the properties of basic arithmetic and mathematics, you realize this is the way it must be. It couldn't be any other way. This is the way it is. Descartes thinks that difference is a difference in innate knowledge. That aha is kind of like you accessing your innate knowledge. So, he gives kind of a brief argument for this. He says, whatever is clearly and distinct of a thing's essence is true of it, and whatever is true is something, so a thing's essence must be something. So he's arguing, once again, the significance of this is that essences are not things we invent. They are not something that we can change. They are things that we discover. They are things we recognize. So they're not fabricated by us. They're not manufactured by us. We don't vote on them. We don't create them. We acknowledge them. These essences are something that have a reality independent of my nature. And he would say God is the one who established all those essences. God made triangles this way. God made circles the way they are. That God created the general essence of all things. So, when we think about something's essence, we're thinking about what is it that makes it what it is. We're thinking about something that has to be true of it in order for it to be the kind of thing it is. So if you think about the essence of a triangle, you're thinking of at least a three-sided figure. When you think about the essence of a circle, you're thinking of a set of points that are equidistant from a center point. If you think about the essence of being a bachelor, you're thinking about a man that is unmarried and maybe some other qualities. That these are things that essentially make those things what they are. You cannot be a triangle and have more than three sides. You cannot be a circle and have points that are not equidistant from the center. And you can't be a bachelor if you're married or if you're a woman. That's because the essence of these concepts necessitate that if you're that kind of thing, you have those kinds of features. Now, God is an interesting subject to think about. What is God's essence? Descartes says that God's essence is of a supremely perfect being. Supreme perfection, however, has to include existence. Why? I mean, you might think of it like this. If something didn't exist, it would be less than perfect. It wouldn't be as good as it could possibly be. If God were... So if you think that God could be supremely perfect in every way and not exist, then you're thinking of a less than perfect God. There's a more perfect concept of God. Which one is that? One that is supremely perfect and also exists as well. So in God's case, and in God's case alone, God's essence includes existence. Nothing else is like this, he would stress. There is no other thing that is such that its essence is that existence would be included in its essence. Everything else, you can separate their essence and their existence. So, like for triangles, we can separate the idea of a triangle from its existing in some physical material form. For the idea of a dog, we can think about what the essence of doghood is, and whether or not anything actually exists that is a dog. For unicorns, we can think about the essence of what a unicorn is and separate that from whether or not unicorns actually exist. The essence does not include its existence. But for God and for God alone, when you consider God's essence, you have to think about God's existence. Otherwise, you're not fully thinking about God's essence. You're thinking of something less than what is supremely perfect. So now, Descartes, since we are able to think clearly and distinctly about the nature of essences, we have yet a second proof for the existence of God. If you've had an intro to philosophy that covered Anselm's ontological argument, this argument is almost exactly like Anselm's. And for that reason, we'll also carry the same criticisms, which we may not cover today. So this is what we've done in the fifth meditation. We've talked about essences that, those essences that can be clearly and distinctly understood are real things. Essences are discovered by reason. They're discovered, they're not fabricated. And for everything except God, its essence is distinct from its existence. However, the clear and distinct idea of God's essence constitutes sufficient grounds for concluding that God does exist. And that is the fifth meditation in world record time. Are there any questions about meditation 5? So the sixth meditation finally brings us to the question. I like this. This is the traditional portrait of Descartes. I like that one. It takes us to finally the question of, do material objects exist? What can I say about the knowledge of particular things? And secondly, what can I say about the second major issue is how the soul is distinct from the body. Let's start with the first issue. Descartes begins by trying to get us to think first that the possibility of material objects is something that could possibly be true. This argument is based on separating the way that we are able to have what he calls the faculty of imagination compared to the faculty of pure intellection. And for this, let's look at that last paragraph on page 61, and I'll explain what he's doing here. So, on the right side, here's what he says. To make this clear, I first examined the difference between imagination and pure intellection. So, for example, when I imagine a triangle, I not only understand that it is a figure bounded by 3 lines, but at the same time I also envisage with my mind's eye those lines as if they were present. And this is what I call imagining. On the other hand, if I want to think about a kilogon, let me pause here and say, what is a kilogon? Anybody look that up, or anybody know what a kilogon is?
More than 10 sides.
How many?
Is it more than 10 sides?
A lot more than 10.
Yeah, figures like
It's a 1,000-sided figure. So a geometrical shape enclosed that has 1,000 sides to it. If I want to think about a kilogon, I certainly understand that it is a figure consisting of 1,000 sides, just as well as I understand that a triangle is a figure consisting of 3 sides. Yet, I do not imagine those 1,000 sides in the same way, or envisage them as if they were present. And although in that case, because of force of habit, I always imagine something when I think about a corporeal thing, I may perchance represent to myself some figure in a confused fashion. Nevertheless, this figure is obviously not a kilogon, for this figure is really no different from the figure I would represent to myself if I were thinking of a myriagon, or a figure with a large number of sides. You know what a myriagon has? 10,000 sides. So, here's what he's getting at. When you think about things, there are 2 ways to think about them. One is with the imagination, the other is with pure intellection. So a triangle illustrates this really well. When you imagine a triangle, it's like you are visually picturing it. You think about it the way it is represented. But when you think about a triangle with your thoughts of pure intellection, you're not thinking of the image of the triangle. You're thinking about its essence in this other way. In a way that maybe we could say is propositional, but it's not pictorial or it's not sensory. It's that sense in which you understand that all triangles have 3 sides, and they all have the internal angle. The internal angles all add up to 2 right angles. That is something that you don't picture, but you understand. So the imagination is representational in its content. It could be visual, auditory, it depends on what we're talking about. Or it could be, and then the faculty of pure intellection is what I maybe think is maybe propositional in its nature. Once again, not pictorial. It's that sense in which, so this is where the kilogon is really helpful. You cannot you cannot picture a kilogon in your mind. You can't just come up with it by thinking about it. At least whatever you represent in your mind is subject to be incorrect, or what he calls confused, incomplete. But you can understand the nature of a kilogon. When I tell you a kilogon is a figure with 1,000 sides, none of you say, I don't know what that means, or I can't understand that. You all understand it. You get it. And that's what Descartes is pointing out, is that on the one hand we can picture things, on another hand we can understand them in this other way. So, so I already did that. So we can use either faculty to think about a triangle. Only the faculty of pure intellection can be used to think about kilogons or myriagons. You can't picture those. But this is the question that ends up arising out of this discussion, which is, why would I have this faculty of imagination? Like, why would God give that to me? Remember, my essence, the thing that I can say about the I, is that I am a thinking thing. So whatever it is has to have the faculty of pure intellection. But there's no reason why you had to have sensory experience. You could have just been a thinking thing that entertains the thought, I exist, I am. When you think that thought, you don't represent any image in your mind. You just think that thought. You understand it in this propositional way. So, why would God give me this faculty of imagination? Why did He add that on to my nature? It's not something I need to have. It's something in addition to what I need. Well, the most probable reason for adding this faculty to my nature is for the purpose of understanding external material objects. That God would give you this ability to have these sensorial representations of things if there is an external world where having that kind of representation would help you understand and know what it is. I mean, God could have given you a faculty such that it's like radar or something, where you don't have any image of the world, but it just like says, table 3 feet in front of you. Table, 6 feet to the right. That the world could sort of be reported to you that way. Or maybe God thought it was more efficient or better for you to have things reported to you in terms of its visual content. That visual representation is a better way to understand the nature of the world. So since I have this ability to understand I have this ability to think about the world in a visual or a sensory way, that might seem to imply that there is some world for me to know through that means. Now, all this shows is probably that's true. We still can't say anything about specific, particular physical objects. So to do that, we're going to have to move on. We come back to this faculty, this passive faculty of sensing. This was sort of suggested in Meditation 3. But now that we've got God on the table, this is a little more effective. Let's take a look at page 64. And I want to read part of this right column here. And on the right column, from the very top, let's just start at the second line. It says, "Now there certainly is in me a passive faculty of sensing. That is, a faculty for receiving and knowing the ideas of sensible things. But I could not use it unless there also existed either in me or in something else a certain active faculty of producing or bringing about these ideas. But this faculty surely cannot be in me, since it clearly presupposes no act of understanding, and these ideas are produced without my cooperation and often even against my will. Therefore, the only alternative is that it is some other substance different from me, containing either formally or eminently all the reality that exists objectively in the ideas produced by that faculty, as I have just noted above. Hence, this substance is either a body, that is, a corporeal nature, which contains formally all that is contained eminently, or objectively in the ideas, or else it is God or some other creature more noble than a body, which contains eminently all that is contained objectively in the ideas. But look, since God is not a deceiver, it's patently obvious that He does not send me these ideas, either by Himself or even through the mediation of some creature that contains the objective reality for these ideas, not formally but eminently. For since God has given me no faculty whatsoever for making this determination, but instead has given me a great inclination to believe that these ideas issue from corporeal things, I fail to see how God could be understood not to be a deceiver if these ideas were to issue from a source other than corporeal things. And consequently, corporeal things exist." What's he saying here? Can somebody, I know that was a big chunk and there was a lot of objective, formal, and eminent reality talk there. Can anybody have an idea of kind of what he's getting at here? Something that you could try to say in your own words of how he's trying to say we are justified in thinking there is a world outside of our minds. It doesn't have to be the whole story. If there's just even one thing in this passage that stands out to you that you think is part of the story. What do you think, let me focus on this. What do you think he just means? You don't even have to find this in the text if you don't think that makes sense. What do you think he means by there being a passive faculty of sensing? What is that? What do you think that is about?
Are you saying that we exist with or without it?
So, think of, it's a little different than that. What does passive suggest to you? What's it opposed to? Yeah, so it's something that we don't do it actively. It is something that happens to us. So if we have a passive faculty of sensing, that means that we get sensory information passively, something that we don't like try to do. We're not actively conjuring it up. So like when you have a daydream or something, if I were to say, close your eyes and imagine you're on a beach with a pink elephant and Marilyn Monroe, that would be you actively conjuring up an image. That would be you controlling it, you creating it. But right now, most of the sensory information you're taking in right this moment, if you're paying attention to class, is not something you are conjuring up by your will. It's happening to you passively. You're receiving it. Descartes says that's interesting. God made me so that I am passively receiving these ideas. I don't conjure them up and create them. Furthermore, God made me in such a way that I am strongly inclined to believe these things. That when you're walking down the hallway, if somebody starts walking right at you, you don't have to sit there and think, wait a minute, there's an image approaching me, and therefore it's likely somebody is coming towards me, and if I don't move, I'm going to get hit. I mean, people who do that don't have a long lifespan. Try that with a bus. God made us such that we are strongly inclined to believe that these images correspond to external bodies. Well, if God's not a deceiver and He's made us this way, well, that's another really good reason to think corporeal things exist. So, in a very loose form, this is kind of the way I put it. God has given me a passive faculty of sensing, which greatly inclines me to believe in corporeal things. Secondly, God is not a deceiver, therefore corporeal things exist. If God gave us this faculty of sensing things, and these things come in against our will, and secondly, they strongly inclined us to believe in the existence of material objects, wouldn't God be a pretty rotten creator for making us this way and there being no material world that these ideas correspond to? Since He's established that God is a supremely perfect being and the author of His nature, it has to follow then that if God's not a deceiver, and if God made my mind this way, corporeal things must exist. Does that make sense? Are there questions about what I'm trying to get across with this? I know there's a lot of Descartes' wonderful metaphysical language, but I'm trying to boil it down in a simpler to understand way here. Here's the other big theme, Descartes' mind-body dualism. So this is actually moving slightly back, so we're going to the left side on page 64. And I'm going to read that first full paragraph there. First, I know that all things that I clearly and distinctly understand can be made by God such as I understand them. In other words, whatever I can conceive to be the case, God can do, right? If you can imagine it, God can get it done. He's omnipotent. For this reason, my ability clearly and distinctly to understand one thing without another suffices to make me certain that one thing is different from the other, since they can be separated from each other, at least by God. The question as to the sort of power that might affect such a separation is not relevant to their being thought to be different. For this reason, from the fact that I know that I exist, and that at the same time I judge that obviously nothing else belongs to my nature or essence except that I am a thinking thing, I rightly conclude that my essence consists entirely in my being a thinking thing. And although perhaps, or rather as I shall soon say assuredly, I have a body that is very closely joined to me, nevertheless, because on the one hand I have a clear and distinct idea of myself insofar as I am merely a thinking thing and not an extended thing, and because on the other hand I have a distinct idea of a body insofar as it is merely an extended thing and not a thinking thing, it is certain that I am really distinct from my body and can exist without it. Here's the argument that he's putting forward here. The first claim is just that God can bring about whatever I can clearly and distinctly understand. And that's once again just that idea that if you can conceive of something, surely God can make it that way. You can imagine a purple dragon living in a land with, you know, candy corn and gumdrops. God has the ability to make that happen. Secondly, I can clearly and distinctly think that the mind exists without the body, and the body exists without the mind. Here, some of us maybe need to really work hard to get this one down. Some people can't do this. But Descartes wants you to think that it's possible you can imagine existing without a body. We tried to do this in the second meditation, where you can imagine that all you are is a center of consciousness. All you are is a thinking thing. And that it's just an illusion or something that you are having this perception of your body. But there's nothing that says your consciousness has to be tied to a brain or has to be tied to a body. At the end, I forget which X-Men movie it was, but there's that one where Professor X is obliterated by Phoenix, and then at the end of the movie, after the credits roll, you know, you hear his thoughts, you know, his voice. And what are they suggesting there? That Professor X continues to exist, no longer embodied, but he's like a disembodied mind. As far as nobody I've ever met, when that scene came on, was like, oh, that's incoherent. I can't even imagine that possibility. I mean, you might think it's far-fetched, you might not believe it's true, but the possibility is all you need to buy into for Descartes' argument to work. It's possible that there are minds that don't have bodies. It's possible that there are conscious entities that don't have any physical material bodies attached to them. And that's because the essence of mind is to think, and the essence of body is to be extended. And Descartes even goes so far in this passage, I think, to say that the essence of mind is to think and not be extended, and the essence of bodies or material things is to be extended and not to think. Another theme of this whole era, we're going to talk a lot about mind and body issues, like consciousness and how it relates to the brain and to the body, is it possible for matter to even be conscious? Can matter instantiate consciousness at all? Or is it just completely averse? Like, is matter the kind of thing that cannot possibly be conscious? I mean, if we manipulated enough matter, is it possible to create something that has conscious experiences, that feels emotions and pain and entertains thoughts and ideas just like you and I? Or is the mind of such a nature, this is Descartes' view, that it's just not even possible in principle to create something out of matter that thinks, because matter's nature is not to think. So, you can clearly and distinctly think the mind exists without the body and the body exists without the mind. Therefore, it's possible, God can bring about that the mind exists without the body and the body exists without the mind. If God can bring it about, then the mind and body can possibly exist apart. Therefore, it's possible for mind to be one thing and body to be another. And that's really all you have to prove in metaphysics. When we talk about things in metaphysics, we're looking for necessary truths. So, if mind and body were essentially the same thing, then you shouldn't be able to conceive them as being separate. If the mind is the body, or if the mind is the brain, if they share the same essence, then there would be no possible way for you to think one being separated from the other. So maybe think of this. This is not an exact analogy, but it'll get us started. Can you think of the number 3 and think of it as not being an odd number? Is it possible for 3 not to be odd? The answer should be no. Which means that the essence, part of 3's essence, is that it is odd. You can't separate those two things. But now, can you think of Michael Jordan's jersey as not being an odd number? The answer to that should be yes. You might say, wait a minute, his number's 23. How can that be odd? Well, you could imagine him having a different number. He could have had number 24. There's nothing about Michael Jordan's number that necessitates that it's an odd number. It could be any number. But with the mind or with consciousness now, it's supposed to be such that you can, or I should put it this way, you could not possibly think that consciousness is the same thing as matter. Because if you did think that, then you shouldn't be able to think that mind and matter are separate things. But as we saw at the Professor X example, we all can do that. We can all imagine there being a mind that is separate from a body, separate from a brain. For that reason, since they can exist apart, mind and body are not identified with the exact same thing. They are different kinds of things. Well, first I should say this is a brilliant and influential argument. What Descartes is doing here, and also what he's doing with his whole thing with knowledge, sets the agenda for philosophy for the next 500 years. We're still dealing with Descartes' problems today. Because there's a sense in which Descartes seems absolutely right, that there are aspects about consciousness and the mind that just are not able to be identified with physical, material things. But on the other hand, once you create this division, it's hard to heal the rift. And you're going to see more of what I mean as we continue to go through the course. This is an enduring problem. Here's the model, once again, of what he's doing here. He's supposing that human beings are made out of two complete different substances. There's a soulish or a mind or a mental substance that is an immaterial thing. And the essence of that is to think. On the other hand, there is a body, which is a material object. Its essence is to be extended. But they are two distinct things. They are not one and the same thing. You are a composite object. You have both mind and body. And then Descartes has, on Descartes' version, the traditional view is that he has causal interaction, that the mind causes things to happen in the body, and the body causes things to happen in the mind. When you will to raise your hand, your mind just made something happen in your body. If you stub your toe on a table, then your body causes you to have an experience in your mind. You feel pain. So Descartes thinks that mind and body are two separate but causally intertwined entities. And it's especially this question about causation that takes place that is going to be a vexing problem, once again, as a theme throughout much of the rest of this course. There are questions about Descartes' argument, or what his position is. One way to think about this, he would say, your body is not essentially what you are. You could exist without your body, but your mind is what you essentially are. Your mind is what you have to be you. Now, there are good things about being mind-body composites, and there are bad things about it. I'm going to not read this for sake of time, but you can look at this passage in your free time. One of the things he's pointing out here is that the body is set up like a machine, essentially. That God, when he creates our bodies, and this is actually another kind of theme, is that material things are mechanistic. Material things don't have like minds within them. They're not rational. They're not conscious. They just follow laws of nature. So that when God creates our bodies, he needs to create mechanisms. He needs to create basically these tools that we can use to interact in the world. So when he creates us, he's got two goals, and he's got to balance these things. There are trade-offs that take place. One is the acquisition of knowledge. That God wants us to have bodies that enable us to know what the world is like. So he created us with brains and eyeballs and ears and noses and all those things that inform us about the nature of the world, and that's wonderful. But there's also this other consideration, which is about health and survival. That there's a sense in which God could have made us so that we have understandings of things, but it wouldn't help us survive. So when we stub our toe, we have like a painful reaction to that, and it's good that we have pain, because if we didn't have pain, we might continue to do destructive behavior. So God could have made us such that when you hit your toe, instead of feeling pain, you just form the belief, oh, there's tissue damage being done to my toe, but you don't feel any pain. If that was the way we were put together, I mean, you could be being mauled by a lion, and you'd be sitting there going, huh, tissue damage all over the place, but not feel any excruciating pain over that. If that was true, we probably wouldn't survive very well. Or if you got sick, if you didn't feel certain things, or your body didn't have certain reactions to that illness, once again, you'd probably just go through your life and die of that illness. At least some people would. So it's really important that God balance out both the acquisition of knowledge along with creating certain mechanisms in place that will ensure our health and survival. If you're going to make a lawnmower, you've got to balance two things. You want to make a lawnmower that is able to cut, that is going to be useful in cutting the yard, and you want to make it as big and as efficient as possible. But if you made a lawnmower that was like 12 feet long and 12 feet deep, that's not, as cool as that would be, that's not going to help you mow the lawn. It's going to be dangerous. You won't be able to store it. It's going to be hard to steer. It's better to have a lawnmower that's more like the sizes we get, which are what, like about 3x3 or 4x4, because even though it takes you more passes to cut your yard, there are trade-offs in this design. You want, on top of having a big lawnmower to cut the yard, you also need to think of the size in terms of storing it, and safety and navigation. In the same way, God is balancing out both the ability of our bodies to help us in acquiring knowledge of the world, but He's got to create them also in a way that they help us survive. And sometimes these two things are kind of in tension with one another. The real downside now is that because we've been created with these things in place, when it comes to our knowledge of particular claims about the external world, we're always prone to error. There is no guarantee in Descartes' epistemology that you could ever say of any particular thing, this is definitely true. There is definitely a book on the desk in front of me. There is definitely another person sitting next to me. All that we have in this regard are probabilities. Now, he would say that we're good when it comes to our knowledge of general claims about the essences of things. Your knowledge of the essence of a book, if it's clear and distinct, you can rely on that. Your knowledge on the essence of human beings or persons, if you've got a clear and distinctive idea about that, you're good. But one thing you can't say ever, because of this consideration about the way the body is put together, is that some particular claim about a particular external object is definitely true. There's always room for error. But the way he kind of ends all of the meditations, maybe it kind of ends with a whimper for many of you, but he thinks that he's done a pretty good job. He's demonstrated that we've got a sure foundation for knowledge, and it comes from these innate ideas that are clear and distinct that must be true. From those ideas, we can prove that there is a God, and if God is perfect and the author of our being, then we can infer from that that the essences that are in our mind, these general ideas, have to be accurate. God wouldn't deceive us by creating us with ideas that aren't accurate and true representations of things. And then from that, the last step is just to say, our ideas about the external world are very likely to be true. The majority of them are probably true, because God would be a deceiver if He made us otherwise. However, since He had to build our bodies with this other goal in mind, there's always some room for error. The upside, though, is that God has given us the ability to understand these things. God has made us such that we can realize that we are subject to error. And since we know that we can make errors, we're able to correct for that. We're able to fix that. We don't have to fall into that. So, the whole meditations, very big picture stuff, we can talk about these points. The reason why we began all of this journey was to talk about how do we get rid of false beliefs that are in our belief structures. How do we root these things out? We root them out using the method of doubt. And the method of doubt, as you recall, roughly says, only believe those things that are absolutely certain. Don't believe those things that are not certain. Secondly, we come across these things that are clear and distinct ideas. These clear and distinct ideas are based on innate ideas, and these things make up the most basic foundation that he thinks is that sure foundation for doing science and moving forward with everything else. He establishes the existence of God from those clear and distinct ideas, and that shows that our minds are trustworthy, that we can move beyond particular claims and think about general claims and essences in a way that will be reliable and trustworthy. And then the final main theme is just what we ended on, which is that the mind and body are distinct things. They are not one and the same thing. They are different kinds of things. And so the mind and the body are two separate substances that causally interact with one another. And that is the sixth meditation. That's really the whole shebang. Are there any questions on the sixth meditation, or really about anything that's going on here? Anything, as we look at this thing as a whole unit, is there anything that I can fill in or explain or connect dots for you that you're not seeing or that will help you? I can tell you right now the 3 essays that I will have up tomorrow. One of them is on Montaigne, and it's going to ask you what are some of his skeptical arguments, and how do those fit in his overall case for this apology for Raymond Sebon? So how does his skepticism fit in with that theme? The second essay that I will list has to do with Descartes' epistemology, this system of beliefs, and the method of doubt. And I'm going to ask you to give me some kind of general overview about all of the things Descartes claims to establish in the meditation. How does that work? So try to find ways to describe it in the most general and universal way. And secondly, what's your evaluation of that? Do you think he's right? Do you think he's wrong? Does he have some good points? Are there some weak points? I want you to tell me what you think about that. And the third possible essay is about mind and body. What is his argument that the mind is not the same thing as the body? And how does what is your evaluation of this? Do you think he's right about this? Do you think he's wrong? So I'm going to put that back into your court as well. The essays, I should tell you, you do not want to just merely answer what I ask you. These essays, if you want to make an A, these essays are a chance for you to demonstrate all the stuff you've learned in this course up to this point. So I would like for you to use that whole hour, or at least think about using a good portion of that, to write detailed and essays that show off the stuff you're learning. So don't aim for the bare minimum with these questions as you prepare. Aim to show off. Aim to demonstrate all the things you're doing in this class that you're learning. Any questions about any of this stuff? Well then, I will see you next week. If you have any questions, don't forget that I have office hours. See you around.